But you're welcome to go and watch the actual event at RIZIN.TV. RIZIN.TV is a place to find the event, and we have a friend who's pretty reliable when it comes to these events. So, nice. Let's fucking go. Hajiwara. Hajiwara is fighting the fourth last fight, so there is one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 fights before he fights. So it's probably going to be like 5 in the morning Eastern time. It depends. These could be fast fights, so who knows? Whoops. Always got to do my little rant. MMA's spirit was never born in one place. It emerged from a clash of cultures: North American chaos, Brazilian combat tradition, Japanese martial philosophy, and even Canadian resistance to regulation. The piece, the sport traces the spirit through the career of fighters like Carlos Newton, from Battlecade Extreme Fighting 2 on Kawanaki territory in 1996 to Shuto to UFC and Pride. Fighters like Newton became a symbol of MMA's creative, untamed essence, while Pride represented the sport's emotional and theatrical peak. Its collapse and the UFC's corporate rise marked MMA's commodification. Yet, RIZIN, founded in 2015, revives the true spirit of MMA as Pride's spiritual successor. So, let's get into it. I'm gonna not. I'm gonna continue. Yeah, I've gotten burnt for this before, so I'm gonna just It's on YouTube if anybody wants to watch it. But Japan has extremely like tough copyright laws, so I don't want to get in any shit. Um, all right, bantamweight opener is difficult to bet due to some limited data. Inoue makes his MMA debut with only a kickboxing win at RIZIN a couple of last year. Migawa 6-7. He's pretty experienced but inconsistent, coming off a TKO loss. Divisions trends show favorites are priced accurately, while the overs have some value, but there's no total posted. I'll find that in a second. Anyway, is likely more talented, yet betting him at minus 160 in a debut carries some risk. Magawa's underdog value is also weak given poor dog trends in this division, so the best approach is probably no bet unless a favorable total line appears before the fight. Let's check out that total. All right, no bet for me here so far. No longer an overall contest. Scoring round by round. Is the second event? It sounds like they're not in at the event, which is pretty unfortunate. Not having the best. All right, looks like the distance. Yes, is probably the way we should have went. probably because Australia, yeah, Australia's having energy rations, so they probably weren't able to go travel for this event. That's probably exactly what it was. Ooh. Cage grab. Whew. Yeah, so I assume it's Australia's aviation situation is very strained. 29 to 32 days of jet fuel reserves in March 2026, well below the 90-day EIA standard. Heavy reliance on imports from pressured Asian refineries. A key supplier halted exports, forcing Australia to compete for limited regional supply. Meanwhile, no confirmed reports explain the absence of English commentary for the RIZIN Landmark 13, though Chevello and Damien Brown, obviously Australian based. All right, that one goes decision. There's no bet there, so it's kind of not fully engaged. Miyagawa picks up the win as a plus 140 dog. Overcashed. Nice avoid on the favorite. Nagawa improves to 7-7, cashes at plus 140, beats the debuting kickboxer by decision in the opener. First fight of the night in the dog trend is already on the board, and that's plus 1.4 units right there. And this is exactly what plus one plus 140 is supposed to do. You know, you don't need the dog to be the better fighter. You need the price to be right. And anyway, I never had a professional MMA fight, and the market priced him at a minus 160. Anyway, that's the inefficiency. Uh, Men's bantamweight dogs on the night through one fight. Division trend. Over, yeah, the over improves to 12-6 in men's bantamweight. Uh, nice. A wizard. Honda minus 105 opened Takagi, now sitting at basically even money. The market moved toward Takagi during the fight, so or during like the lead up to the fight. This was another one where it was I was going on the distance. Yeah, this is another one. Limited separation and skill, and no extreme odds disparity. So again, it was kind of hard to just call on the fly. I will. I will do better. Haven't made a. I've made picks, but I haven't made an actual bet yet. Oh, Takagi wins first round KO. Another dog cashes here. All right, next fight. This isn't a fight, it's a formality with gloves on. Nurkan Zumagazi sitting at minus 2,900 is the market basically saying, don't overthink it. 10 and 1, nukes guys for a living. He ran through Tatsuya Saika like it was nothing. 6 of his last 8 fights don't even sniff the scorecards. He shows up, clocks in, uh, barbarism, violence, clocks out. Yoshimura 5 and 2, debuting in RIZIN. The book slapped him at 12 to 1, like a courtesy. There's really no data on him, no edge, just vibes. Really, the division trends lead under. Uh, uh, Dogs are 6 and 8 for plus 3.46 units. Um, Sorry. Really, the only I'm not I'm off this one. I think the only play fight reaches round 2, no, minus 175 at that price. Not crazy about that price. Wow. Fight goes round two is gonna well maybe. Well, that's my first. Well, I didn't actually. That's my first pick loss because damn, that was definitely not supposed to go the distance or go as far as it has. Fight goes distance in this one at plus 550. I don't have live odds, unfortunately.
damage around the left eye, nothing too serious though for Shumagazi. Little cut to the corner of the right eye as well. Back underway, third and final round at 5 minutes to determine. Once again, scored round by round. Front kick here from Shumagazi, base the high kick, nice work. Kenya losing in the weighted down yesterday by 3.5 kilos. It was one of the widest weight gaps and weight misses we've had in a long time at RIZIN. He's got the worst ever, Kenya.
Yeah, for sure, it certainly was. And I was just thinking to myself, you know, there's very rarely a card that goes by over the globe on a weekend where someone does it this way. RIZIN's got the best rule set, the best procedure when it comes to guys missing weight. The no contest rule is great for the fighter that's professional, that's determined to weight, does their job or at least half of it the night before the fight. And that's the no contest rule where you need to finish just to get the no contest and the red card, so you really can't win a decision. I just think it's the right answer for the guy that misses weight. Shumagazi pushing forward now.
Body shot from Kenya, backing up Shumagazi. This one has been a stand-up contest since the opening bell. Good left cross there from Shumagazi. Takes the lead hand. Kenya tucks the chin away and forward with a couple of punches. Again the lead hand from Kenya. Lovely right half hook down the centre. And another one from Kenya. Waits to me. Down to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 punches from Kenya. He's come alive. Here in the third round. And Kenya. And Shumagazi went down to the left of Kenya.
Yeah, that was nice how he slipped out of range, made him miss some counters, especially after all those shots that he just took. He did roll real well with them, so that would be a slow replay to see how many landed, but real pressure moment there from Kenya. Had his opportunity. Shumagazi, lots of angles, lots of footwork, trying not to stand in front. Maybe got a little confident in a couple of his shots landing. Nice kick to the body there. Kenya, oh, there's a good jab. Kenya's going to look for a takedown here. He's found himself in the guillotine against a guy that's got some great submissions. Interesting choice halfway through the third round to look for a takedown. When his highest chance of winning is probably by knockout. Got his hands together, sucks the hips out. Good work there by Kenya to get the takedown. Looking to lace the legs into that triangle and hold his position. Underhook. Shumagazi going to try to wrestle up. Kenya needs to circle to the back. Oh, the reverse of the position there for Shumagazi. Absolutely beautiful. Steps the leg into the center, sucks the hips out, finishes up on top. That was an amazing opportunity for him to wrestle up, and he capitalized on that. And he's going to look for some heavy ground and pound, which he's known for as well. Kenya needs to get the feet on the hips and look to build up. Here's the cage. Going back to what I mentioned earlier, this provides an opportunity for athletes to use the cage, much harder to do in the ring, to build themselves back up. He needs to get his feet on the hips and create a little space, because Shumagazi's doing a good job of keeping gravity on his side, keeping that head over the shoulder, making it hard for Kenya to get back to his feet. Not too bad shots the leg, though Shumagazi. Nice play to turn him back to the ground. Gets on the hip now. Then we're looking for a rubber guard, damage control type setup.
Wow.
Yeah, these guys caught me lying at the start of this fight. I really thought we were going to see a grapple-heavy style from Jumagazi right from the opening bell, especially with the weight miss. But instead, he chose to strike for 14 minutes of that fight until Tanya took it to the ground and he reversed the position and showed his dominance to finish off that third round. But you've got to think he won 30-27 without even considering the RIZIN rules on the weight miss. It was a beautiful step in to the body, and that's what actually opened it up. He threw 2 knees in a row. Tanya had some opportunities there. None of those really landed good clean. Good job for Jumagazi to circle out, reset, and then he stepped off and hit that shot. A beautiful step around suplex takedown there from Jumagazi in the last 30 seconds. Tanya wasn't short on trying to look for a finish, but just not enough volume, not enough forward pressure. Beautiful fight nonetheless, Michael.
Yeah, Anthony, of course there will be a no contest on the records, no finish there for Tanya. Jumagazi should get the nod on the scorecards. First judge for Jumagazi. 29-26. The first of 10 on tonight's card.
Jumagazi goes the full 3 rounds against the decision. Minus 2,900 favorite. Fight goes the distance, yes, hits at plus 550. RIZIN lightweight favorites since the start of last year, now 12-4 for plus 1.08 units, plus 6.7 ROI. So a pretty clean record with the juice kind of killing you there. But lightweight favorites, way to go. So this is the fight I've been waiting for. Men's featherweight dog at plus 160. Men's featherweight dog at plus 106. That is exactly in the price range where the men's featherweight trend has been printing money. Gallagher is the RIZIN debut at minus 140, 13-3. Bellator background, submission specialist. The market respects the name. Majima 4-5 in RIZIN, 18-6 overall. He's been in this environment and knows what RIZIN competition looks like. Men's featherweight dog since the start of last year, 11-14 record, plus 9.37 units, plus 37.5% ROI. So dogs lose more fights than they win in this division and still make a decent amount of profit because the prices are fat enough to cover the losses. Majima individually, distance yes is his best prop at plus 40% ROI over his last 8 fights. His fights go long. That lines up with the divisional trend, which says the over is also positive at plus 4.7%. Gallagher's best prop is the under. Fights don't go long around him. That's a direct conflict with Majima's individual tendencies. So 2 signals pointing in different directions on the distance here, which makes the money line the cleanest angle. I'm on Majima, and I'm also on fight goes distance.
inside Fukuoka. Over 2 weeks ago.
Majima, sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing Japanese fighters' names. Apologies.
Majima rearing to go. How quickly before Majima looks to take it down and try and tie up and find a souvenir of Gallagher to take home. Excitement for this one, Michael Chavello, Damian Brown with you. Gallagher in the Irish trust. Good quick release on the right hand early from Gallagher out of that southpaw stance. Now switches to orthodox. Back to southpaw. He will switch stance, Gallagher. Doesn't want Majima to get a read on him. Again, orthodox stance now from Gallagher.
But Gallagher, despite not having any knockouts on his record, he does have great striking.
Oh.
On his record as well. Went straight for it.
Here.
Majima looks
What a way to start his fight.
reasonably calm.
He can guillotine.
Well, that's tight. That's tight, but he's keeping the right shoulder down.
Majima may be in trouble. What a start from Gallagher in the opening 40 seconds to be in this position.
I think Majima's doing a good job so far of sitting on that left, so that right hand side, and keeping Gallagher's right hip off the mat. Because if he allows Gallagher to hip out a little bit, throw that leg higher over the back, and then he gets tighter, he's going to pop out of this. I'm certain of it. Despite it looking tight, he's done a good job of maintaining a defensive angle on top. Now he has his
Nice.
Interesting fact, both these guys have 7 rear naked chokes on their record. Massive submission threat for each other. Off guard now for Majima.
There isn't a situation on the ground that Kazumasa Majima has not found himself in at some stage over his career. We've already seen the defense against an early guillotine attempt from Gallagher.
Nice work there from Majima to recognise the cage walk. Circle the hips of Gallagher off the cage. Gallagher getting back there now. Majima again going with it. Circling the hips, looking to pass straight to mount. He's going to drive that knee through. He's got a side control or a mount option. Gallagher doing a good job of defending it. Majima has to walk his legs up, throw his hands up the mat. Steps over nonetheless. Good for Majima. Gallagher has the other arm stuck in and the head arm choke set up here. Majima trying to walk the arm up the mat. Gallagher nice and fresh to start this fight.
Kazumasa Majima, this is Majimaville, this is Majima land, this is where he loves to be. Now raining down the right hand between the eyes of James Gallagher. Gallagher brought to defend, Majima inside of half guard. Gallagher locking down that arm that was striking him just free again, and some peppering right left hands to the side of the jaw from Kazumasa Majima. Every time he lands, the crowd oohs and ahs and gnashes their teeth in excitement.
Yeah, for sure. Heel hook attack there from Gallagher. Kicks off the ground, but he should have probably looked to work his way up there. I don't know why he stayed off his back for so long. Majima's so calculated in his movement. Goes to his underhooks nicely. Goes from half guard to mount beautifully. He just transitions, and when he realizes that Gallagher's going to make a move, he just goes back to consolidating his position. Then Gallagher's going to find himself with a warning at the end of this round for the toes in the cage. He's had him slapped out a couple of times. Majima, big heavy right hand there. Oh, again. Keeping the head on the center line.
The ground and pound from Calcamass and the team are now giving nothing to the left ribs of Gallagher. Under a minute to go, first round, second three, racking elbow off the left there from the Majima. And Gallagher does a quick count of his teeth.
Majima's doing such a good job of keeping his head on the center line. Taking away all the opportunities for Gallagher to build back up. Just Gallagher not trying to cut too many angles and look for an armbar so far. Getting his feet on the hip. Just coming up urgency right now. And Majima having the biggest strike. Getting another one. Beautiful elbows from top position from Majima.
Those elbows are ferocious from Majima, trying to strike back and play the face to Charles Gallagher. Majima's ground and pound, the third in the opener. 10 seconds remaining. Survival mode here for Gallagher. As he is welcomed by one of the best to RIZIN to the big show. 2 more rounds to go, 5 minutes down. Damian Brown, your thoughts, get down after one.
Yeah, great first round for Majima there. As we probably expected, both these guys were able to, advance position or defend it pretty equally. But I think the difference there was there wasn't much urgency with Gallagher off his back. And when Majima was on top, he was really aware of the position and he was able to consolidate and settle back in the high guard and reset up his mount transition. I just thought he was one step ahead from the top position. The guillotine's always going to be a threat. It'll be a threat in the second round. It'll be a threat in the third round. Gallagher has 2 wins by guillotine, but Majima, he did a good job of keeping the angle when he was stuck in. He was able to pop his head out. He looks so calm and fresh, doesn't he?
Once again, folks, don't forget, we're watching live on RIZIN TV. Make sure you grab yourself a RIZIN Premium Pass that allows you to watch over 700 fights, more than 100 hours of exclusive content, and all pay-per-views included. Go to RIZIN.tv and grab your RIZIN Premium Pass. Gallagher looks like he's ready to be let off a leash for the second round. A debut for the Irishman here in RIZIN. Trying to force Majima to the outside. Switching stance again, Gallagher. As he did earlier on in the fight. Switching southpaw and orthodox. I'm not quite sure which is his preferred stance. I'm guessing it's orthodox, but there is a lot of switching in the green cage. Trying to use that lead hand, Gallagher.
Steps through quite nicely. He changes stance to roll out that hand over the top, but with a beautiful takedown entry.
What is he do? He keeps walking right into a fucking guillotine.
Pop his head out, he's gonna shake it out. He's got an angle. See how he puts the right elbow on the ground, give himself that good angle defensively. It doesn't mean it's not tight, but he takes away the angle that Gallagher can create. Just trying to force his head out. No, that's tight.
Gallagher towards the cage again, as he did in the opening round, Majima. He is the first chance now for Team Japan to get their first win of the night over Team Royal. At the last RIZIN show, there was 5-4 Japan winning over the world team. It is the theme for RIZIN in 2026. I want to put Japan's best against the world. Majima must get them on the scoreboard.
Those guillotine attempts have been so tight, but Gallagher's just not setting up his angle. If he just defends the takedown a little bit and then sets the angle up before he gets to the squeeze and pulls guard,
Yeah.
he might be able to finish one of those when Majima shoots for a takedown. But anyway, we're on our back again here in the second round. And I like to see a little bit more urgency from Gallagher. He's got the feet on the hips this time and he's looked to try and build up. But Majima with the head against the cage, gravity on the side, steps straight over him now. That was beautiful. High hips, floating past.
busy in this mount position. 2 minutes 10 remaining in the round. Gallagher stuck on his back, having to deal with this highly experienced grappler who can tap you out from any situation. Where does Gallagher go from here, Damien? What are you telling the Irishman to do?
Well, I mean, he's got it. You can see where his hands are up nice and high, and he's just focused on the hips. The issue with this position when you're in bottom mount is you're going to get punched in the face anyway. So you need to focus on the hips because people can't defend the position and ground and pound you at the same time. So as long as he gets his elbows back to the inside, goes back to the hips, and starts to defend it with an elbow to knee escape, the same as he did in the first round, to get back to half guard, that would be a great start. But right now, having his hands up where they are is not going to help him get out of the position. It's just trying to stop the damage. Majima just looks too strong for him, too big, too strong at featherweight. Oh, a heavy ground attack from Majima. Not even worried about getting under hook now.
Majima working those elbows, the forearm across the neck now from Majima, peppering the side of the head of Gallagher. More elbows from Majima. With the ground and down here in the first, continued here in the second.
Here's a nice easy
Looking for
cut
full
for him
bounce
out there as well.
again. Lovely work from Majima, Damien. He is owning Gallagher on the ground again. These vicious elbows. Just shellacking the face of Gallagher. Gallagher nowhere to go.
Well,
Majima's going to beat those in the ground and Gallagher.
I expect him to pick it up. I mean, that's not a good sign watching Gallagher punch on his back, is it? But he did a good job to get back to half guard. Majima just staying on the ear with those short, sharp elbows. A little bit of damage now, blood coming from the nose of Gallagher. As you expect, that many shots raining down.
Damien Majima's corner is saying to him, stay patient, keep wearing him down. He's getting tired. He doesn't like those elbows. Keep them going. And it's true. Gallagher's going to get a reset here for the third round. He's going to try and keep it on the feet because he is getting owned by Majima on the ground.
But worth noting, the two guillotine attempts at the start of each round
ooh,
on the face of Gallagher showing the work of Majima. He's absolutely dominant once he hits the ground. Gallagher doesn't have an answer for it. For a guy that's got 10 submission wins on his record, he's just not showing that he's got the answer for this mount position. The 12 to 6 elbows there from Majima. Gets his hips nice and high, cuts his way through to mount. I mean, that transition to mount so easy for him. I'd really like to see Gallagher focus more on the hits and his defense. As he did just there, we see on the replay, that's how he got his guard back, but he's going to get hit anyway. So he needs to look to defend them out rather than just holding and trying to minimise the damage. Good cut across the bridge of the nose. 2 rounds in the bank from Majima, no doubt unofficially, Michael.
Oh, no doubt in the bench, Dr. Bolt close the door. 2-0 in favour of Majima. Northern Gallagher was on the third and final. I do wonder if that nose is busted on the Irishman. But you know what? There's such a thing as the life of the Irishman and the quick and determination of Irish athletes. And you know that Gallagher's got hard defense. Can he employ it over the next 5 minutes to swing the pendulum now? He's got to dig deep into the well of gastrointestinal fortitude. Majima looks for a takedown and Gallagher goes him back against the cage, Damien.
Yeah, Majima looks he's stronger. Gallagher doing a good job, getting the underhook nice and high. He's now got 2 underhooks, body lock. He'll probably look to step over, but Majima's setting up a throw here. Gallagher gets his hips too far back.
uh-oh.
Devastating for Gallagher. That reversal from Majima was exquisite and a knee to the Brent bastard. Almost folded him like laundry with that one.
So that was innovative by Majima there to get the hips nice and high, drop the knee from out, and not lose the position.
And you know Majima is a nasty fighter. He'll go after that busted nose. He'll go after that busted eyebrow of Jamie Gallagher. He'll do Gallagher no favours on the Irishman's rising debut. And this is a long, long time for James Gallagher to be in the torture chamber with Cousin Master Majima.
you what's hard to deal with. His ability to get his hips high and float past the Majima is so hard to deal with because he's not fighting the position, he's going with it. Now he's got the head arm set up again, watch him get the hips nice and high and drive the knee through the mount.
Majima's corner taking the telling him to take your time. His corner is saying take your time, be patient, do what you're doing. Can you finish Callaghan now? Still 3 minutes to go in the round. It's a long time for Callaghan to survive. You see the blood on the eyebrow. You see the blood on the bridge of the nose. That's been shattered here on James Gallagher. And the crowd is clapping for Kazumasa Majima. If he wins this, if he taps out Gallagher, he'll bring the house down.
Yeah, he's so aware of his position. He's been using the legs to maintain his position whilst not giving up the arm. He's on fire for some of the chin. A little bit of chin in there, Gallagher just hanging out. Might go to sleep too. You can see the deep breath. He might even be out already. He is. He's out.
Majima.
Gallagher had the angle to finish them. Majima just was in charge the whole time and he just completely dismantled the RIZIN debut of James Gallagher, who takes his 4th professional loss. Majima, just props to the crowd. Stellar performance. I mean, I don't recall one as calculated and dominant as that without being a brawl. Like, that was just technically dominant everywhere it went.
And taking against the first group of board to Team Japan. It's now one of the piece. Shuagashi beating Yoshimura for the world team. And Majima beating Gallagher for Team Japan. And as Damien said, what a victory for Majima. Total dominance. There were 2 early guillotine attempts from Gallagher in the first round and the second round. But other than that, it was all one-way traffic being driven by the star, Kazumasa Majima.
Majima. Majima. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
2021. 5 years since the last time this man was subbed out. And tonight, Gallagher went to sleep.
As soon as you see his chest taking those big breaths, you could tell that he was out.
Majima just introducing himself to the Marine Mesa.
今回、山口、福岡、試合ということで、山口県、僕の地元からいっぱい仲間が来てくれてます。どこら辺ですか？こっちです。
He says the Fukuoka event here is very close to my home. I'm actually in the next state over. So I've got a lot of supporters here today at the Marine Mesa. I want to thank you all for supporting him.
地元の山口が来て、こうして大きな大会に出れて、今回ベラトールの6位っていうすごい強豪に勝てたってことを、
I've been training in Yamaguchi and I'm still training in the rural area. I'm blessed to be fighting on such a big stage. Again, thank you very much. The crowd applauding the team. He says I'm also happy I've fought a former ranked Bellator fighter.
まだ応援をお願いします。次の試合も、山口県出身の浜崎選手、大先輩が
There were
試合するん
questions
で、
over
応援お願いします。
Majima's career.
ありがとうございました。
Big stage right now. I think I'll keep fighting for a bit longer. I enjoyed myself in the green cage tonight. And as we see the replay, He concluded his comments by saying the next fight is another fighter from Yamaguchi. His name is Hamasaki, or her name is Hamasaki. I hope you'll root for her as well, and I'm sure they will. She's one of the biggest names in all of combat sports, especially here in Japan. Ayaka Hamasaki, Natasha Puchatina. Then up next, you're watching RIZIN Landmark 13.
All right. Ayaka Hamasaki is one of the most decorated players in RIZIN history. 26-7 pro record, 11-4 in RIZIN. She's sitting at plus 324. Obviously, a significant price for a former champion. Kuziatina is 9-1, RIZIN debut, priced at minus 545. The market has basically decided this fight already. The thing with this, atomweight dogs are negative 30% ROI since the start of last year. So the numbers say don't bet Hamasaki. But I might just have to. The over, atomweight over 5-2 plus 11.9 ROI since the start of last year. Hamasaki individually, her best prop is the over at plus 17.5% ROI over the last 8 fights. So yeah, I think I'm going to take a shot on Hamasaki just because, and then also on fight goes the distance. Woo!
After a difficult start, she won her 3 straight wins.
athletes being so comfortable here at RIZIN. Such a big moment. Yes, to the international athlete, I can tell you that it's certainly something quite daunting, and I came from the UFC to RIZIN, and I still felt the nerves. It's a real nice arena, a different crowd feel, everything about it adds the nerves. But Hamasaki, she's in there, she's comfortable, and tonight she's going to look for a finish.
44 years old versus 36. The height advantage slightly in the way of the Russian Kuchatina. Nothing much in the way. The reach is even. And of course, the MMA record goes the way of the multi-time champion, Ayaka Hamasaki. But what are we going to see from the brilliant Natasha Kuchatina with Kimbo in her corner? That lady is put together. Face to face, and look at the stare down from Kuchatina. She is raring to go on her RIZIN debut. So much speculation about her on social media and what she'll bring against the 44-year-old superstar Hamasaki. Silence fills the Marine Messe in Fukuoka. Michael Chavello, Damian Brown witness. The size of the back of the shoulders of Natasha Kuchatina. What has Hamasaki still got at 44? Inside lead kick from Kuchatina. Wild right hand from the Russian. Nice lead counter from Hamasaki. David, what are you expecting here from Hamasaki?
44-year-old RIZIN athletes still got it. We've seen so many older athletes in RIZIN put on good displays, but look at Tina. She looks quite rigid in her approach, straight into the grappling here. She's also Hamasaki as well, so with the strength of Natasha, that's going to be the problem. But Hamasaki doing good so far, using the whizzer, making sure she can't get her hips to the inside, and drag her off the cage. Maybe a low shot. Low shot with the knee.
Yeah, walking real gingerly here is Ayaka Hamasaki. I'd hate to play poker against Hamasaki. You never really know what she's feeling. And also Kuchatina, for that matter, very specialist when she fights the Russian.
I like
You
that.
enjoyed that the comparison was made to her Ivan Drago. She enjoyed that on social media. You enjoyed that approach, Damien?
Yeah, I like what they just did there with the, took her over to the translator. I thought that was good to explain what had happened. But you can see with the inside leg kick, she's not getting her head off the center line. I mean, they're nice, they're heavy, you can hear the crunch, but just rigid in her approach. Beautiful takedown, just the body lock and the strength was too much there. Hamasaki controlling her posture. Natasha looking for some ground and pound, softening up the wrist. The outside butterfly hook there. Half guard doesn't get used enough in MMA, in my opinion. But simple triangle of the legs, try and keep Natasha in position here for Hamasaki. She looks like she's trying to set up a Kimura. He is stepping that right hand over behind the armpit. Just strong. Oh, they're heavy shots on the ear.
European champion Kuchatina in control. But be careful not to strike the back of the head here of Hamasaki. Referee keeping a close eye and it gives away that lower rib cage of the elbow from Kuchatina. Just got to be careful that spine. Drills the knuckles around to the side of the head, almost dropped the knee.
think people give judokas enough credit for their submission skills. She's very aware here of the Kimura setup from Hamasaki. She knows that's why she's tucking her elbows into the position. Looking for some knees to the head from half guard. Very hard to do. Can be done. Can't generate much power because your legs end up so spread at the hips. But good half guard bottom maintenance of position from Hamasaki, making it hard for her opponent to pass both by her legs and also the threat.
Hamasaki's corner very focused, telling her to watch the arm triangle. You can trim out if you need to. Meanwhile, Kuchitina staying busy from the top position inside the half guard. Now drops her knees to the lower on the career changer. Hamasaki came in.
Yeah, she's doing a good job from half guard, just trying to attack the ridge there with the knee. She can get some good damage going, looking to force her head down with the right hand and drop those elbows, but so far not much happening in this half guard position besides some peppering shots.
Lovely knee again from Kuchitina off the right leg. Now switches to the left leg. Kicking the patella into the waist of Ayaka Hamasaki. Those surely have to hurt. The shoulder nudges to the jaw of Hamasaki. But Daniel, what sort of toll do those knees take in the trajectory that Kuchitina is getting on the now knee on belly from the Russian?
I've seen a couple of fights where they do some good damage, but you see a lot of them thrown and you don't see much damage from people. I think they're more annoying than anything. She looks like she's trying to set up a far side armbar. Drops a knee on the head there of Hamasaki as well. She's pulling that elbow in nice and tight. Hamasaki onto it. Here's the Kimura setup from Natasha. Going for the armbar. She's in a transition. Gets over.
Hamasaki drops the line. 3 seconds to go. 3 seconds to go. And the Russian gets the win over Hamasaki. Daniel, that's going to be agonizing for Hamasaki, knowing that she only held on another 3 seconds.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the arm went out nice and straight real quick.
Oh, well.
Are very famous for their armbar triangle attacks. I mean, they don't get much time to get them when judo hits the mat. So quite quick when they get there, and they don't have a lot of pressure. Very quick. You can see the strength of her in her upper body. You know that she got the good squeeze on that armbar. So maybe it was the right thing to tap before it snapped. But devastation there for Hamasaki.
Kuchitina Jubilant. Team World now 2-1 over Team Japan. I'd like to see a lot more of Kuchitina here at RIZIN. Damien, massive potential, this lady.
Yeah, she looks great throughout that fight. I mean, I thought on the feet she was a little rigid, but once it hit the mat, she just was always attacking from that half guard position. Yeah, you can see the flex in the elbow there of Hamasaki, but from the half guard position, lots of knees to the body, lots of punches to the head, probably not doing much damage, but they did enough.
again. Tatina softening up and then finishing with only 3 seconds to go in the round. A joyous occasion for her, for Russia, for Kimbo Lawal. Team World 2-1 up over Team Japan so far. Folks, don't go anywhere because coming up next, Makoto Shinu versus Kazumuro Zulu. You're watching RIZIN Landmark Curtain live from Fukuoka, Japan.
Okay, this one. Takahashi is a minus 1,000 favorite. The price is so short, it's basically off the table as a bet. You need to risk 10 units to make one. Zulu at plus 475 is a lottery ticket. Men's featherweight dogs are profitable since the start of last year at plus 17.2% ROI, but that's a price range where one win covers quite a bit. The question is whether Zulu is live enough to make it worth it. The play here isn't the money line either way. I think you got to go either the over or Takahashi by decision.
I'm the best striker in the world. Destroying someone's face. That's the only thing I'm thinking of.
Takahashi, 21 5-2, 7-4-1 in RIZIN. He's the flyweight landscape mainstay for years. 2 title fights with Horiguchi. Won his Grand Prix quarterfinal this summer by guillotine in the first round. This is his home turf for him. Zulu, 16-8-1, 1-2 in RIZIN. Both of his RIZIN losses came against elite competition. Yuki Ito in the Grand Prix and Horiguchi in a title fight on New Year's Eve. He doesn't embarrass himself, but he doesn't win either. Here's the thing. Obviously not touching minus 1,000. Men flyweight dogs trend at plus 17.2 ROI isn't strong enough at this price to justify plus 475. The data tells us that both of these fighters go long. Takahashi's best prop is the over, 6-2 in his last 8. Zulu's best prop, 7-1, 49.4% ROI. Flyweight divisional over since the start of last year, 13-3. So the best total trend in the entire database. 3 signals that all point to the same direction. Fight goes the distance, yes. I would say I'm on Takahashi by decision.
Champion, ringside. I'd love to know what he's saying in the Japanese commentary right now. Toe-to-toe, Zulu and Shinru. This is the turning point in the career of Makoto Shinru. If he wants a title shot, perhaps in Junin Senda against Okukubo, he needs to finish Zulu and do so impressively. Zulu raring to go. Hit 3 rounds, but a lot of anticipation that may not go that far. Michael Chavello, Damien Brown with Dubai, from Fukuoka in southern Japan. Great striking on Zulu. Got that Kyokushin and Muay Thai background. Nice switch roundhouse kick to open up there, Damien, from Zulu.
Yeah, the footwork is key. Switching stances and not being in front of Makoto Shinru is going to be the key for him. But even though he's known for having such beautiful striking, he really is probably better in that department than anywhere else. He has 7 submission wins of his own, so he could get it done on the ground. Either way, Zulu's a finisher, and that could come at any moment where Shinru will look to wind out and get the win here. But as you mentioned, he does really need a finish tonight.
Zulu's breaking up the back leg, switcher stance, tried to knee as Shinru tried to close the gap. Very side-on stance here for the Shinru. Zulu continues to switch between southpaw and orthodox. Throws up high on Zulu, throws across, all short for him. Edges forward again, another right hand. Switches stance to southpaw. Single-legged Shinru gets the takedown, Damien.
Yeah, it's a good job here, but defending it straight away. Going for that get some ground and pound. Nice shoulder punch there. Big elbow to
Reverse
the
elbow
ear.
from Makoto Shindu. Now looking towards the body. That far arm also from Kazamula Zulu.
He's going for the Kimura setup, but he needs to be careful that Zulu doesn't catch the wrist on the inside with his left hand. There it is. He's got it. Got the Kimura. See if he can finish it. The back step with that left leg, step over the head with the right one. Here
That
it
would
is.
certainly be the impressive sort of finish the RIZIN brass are looking for. Can he find it on the far arm here of Kazamula Zulu? Would it be a personal finish for Shindu?
Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Oh, God. Yeah, he really
Well,
managed to step over the head, which was the difference. I mean, my arm would have snapped 6 times over on the way through to where it was anyway, but he had it all the way behind the back. And just to take away that last little bit before he bit the tap, he really needed to step over the head. Zulu couldn't lift it off the mat. Zulu looked like he did an awful lot of pain. He hung in there, in my opinion, way too long, but if the stakes are high enough, sometimes it's worth just letting it go right to the brink of breaking, but 36 years of age, that's going to be a rough one to take. He's now lost 3 in a row. Shindu made a statement, no doubt on the microphone he's going to be looking to call out the champ.
Here's how it went down. Makoto Shindu evens the score. We have parity again. 2 wins apiece for Team Japan and Team World. And what a superb finish. The aggression shown by Shindu. And he knew, Damon, he knew he needed to finish Zulu, not waste any time, and send a message not only to the fans, but to the RIZIN brass.
Yeah, 100%. And you've seen on the replay there, he had that arm so far behind the back, Zulu could have scratched his own head. But when he was able to step over the head to create that counter pressure, he could really force the tap out of Zulu. So beautiful performance, and he wasted no time tonight getting it done as quick as possible. Definitely the statement that he needed to make in his 7th submission victory on his record. So it's nice to see him get a finish and not just grind out a decision over a super talented and experienced opponent in Zulu.
Makoto Shindu introducing himself to the viewing nation.
アメリカ修行、結果出たんじゃないですかね。はい、僕が
He says,
言いた
well,
いの
what
は、
should I tell you?
チャン
I
ピオ
guess my
ン、
training
どこにいんだよ。
at ATT is showing. Don't need a translation for this, do you? He's called out the champion, Ogikubo. He said, hey champ, where you at? And Ogikubo peels off the headphones, leaves the Japanese commentary desk, and enters the green cage.
Where's the
This is a good throw.
どうタイトルマッチ。誠。お前、ATT の
Shindu said
ベン
to
ト
him,
コー
you've
チや
got
っ
to
てんの
fight
に。
me, champ. I want a title. What do you say?
すげえな、お前。お前いつもよ、呼び捨てにしやがって。当たり前だろ。舐めてんじゃねえぞ。俺の父親バカにしやがってな。絶対許さねえから。ぶっ飛ばしてやる。6月ボコボコにしてやっから。最高じゃねえか、やってみろよ。舐めてんじゃねえ
Ogikubo said to him, hey Makoto, how's toilet cleaning in ATT? And they come to blows. He called him a toilet cleaner at ATT. Shindu said, shut up, don't talk shit about my dad. Wow. Things got a bit personal in the green cage. Shindu said, I'll mess you up to Ogikubo. Ogikubo gave doesn't look fluffy on the but. And Shibu ended by saying to everyone, hey, come watch me become the champion in Sendai. War of words erupting. What a match that'll be if indeed it gets booked. June 16th, Sendai. Will it happen? Shibu and Ogikubo. The smack talk has begun. Folks, don't go anywhere. Because coming up next, it's a kickboxing contest. As Tayo Asahisa takes on Shinpaya. You're watching RIZIN Landmark 13. Veteran of extraordinary volume and experience, Shinpaya. He began Muay Thai at age 9 simply because he said it was fun. Made his pro debut that same year, yes, as a 9-year-old. Over a career spanning more than 190 fights, 100
Made his pro debut as a 9-year-old.
49 of those by knockout. He reached number 2 in the Rectorman Stadium Super Bantamweight rankings. At 26, he transitioned to kickboxing in Japan. Won his debut in kickboxing by 3 TKOs over the Shootboxing Japan Super Lightweight champion. He became the Super Bantamweight Japan #1 ranked fighter. Made his lightweight debut on the same stage, 1 straight fight over 40 pounds.
that's a lot of fights and a lot of experience in there tonight for our kickboxing matchup.
The two-division K1 champion, Tao Asahisa, in his hometown of Fukuoka tonight. He began training karate and Asahisa-style yoga under his father at age 3. Became a WPF Junior Kyushu Muay Thai champion across 3 weight divisions as a kid. Made his pro debut in 2014 as a 16-year-old. Shocked the world by defeating K1 lightweight champion Kenta on 4 days' notice. He won the K1 lightweight title in 2021. In November 25, he became the K1 super lightweight champion. Back in Fukuoka on the RIZIN stage, says he wants to awaken his wild side and prove the supremacy of Asahisa karate. It's Muay Thai versus K1 and shoot boxing versus K1. Talk about shoot boxing, gone to K1, the most famous of all, of course, the great two-time K1 match champion, Andy Sauer. RIZIN kickboxing rules inside the green cage. Asahisa 2 years the younger, 1 inch the taller, reached over the weight of Simpea. The record, well, there's no comparison. The bloke has been fighting since he was 9 years old with 142 wins. Simpea. Asahisa says he wants to put on a show. Toe-to-toe here with Simpea, who refuses to engage in the stand-down with Asahisa. Muay Thai and shoot boxing versus K1 inside the RIZIN cage. Set for 3 by 3, but most pundits I spoke to this week believe it won't go that far. Silence again falls upon the Marine Messe. This sellout crowd. Michael Chiavello, Damian Brown with you. Southpaw stance on the Muay Thai fighter Simpea. Quick release on those leg kicks early on from Asahisa. Wicked roundhouse kick. It's what Muay Thai is renowned for. Those roundhouses off the back leg and the knees on the inside. Damien already in the final of the opening 30 seconds. I know we're getting in for a treat here.
Yeah, for sure. And as you mentioned before, that K1 kickboxing style versus the Thai style, the difference is really the pace, isn't it? You know, the power is always going to come from Simpea, but the pace is going to come from Asahisa, and the karate style as well. Closing the distance a lot faster, mixing things up, switching stances. So far, the pace and volume's on his side, but Simpea sure, and I think it's good that Asahisa's not staying in the pocket as well, because you don't want to stay in. Oh, that was a beautiful body shot.
Oh my goodness, he's folded him. He's folded him like origami. That's the pain on the face of King Claire. 1 hour to fail for Asahisa.
That's the
He's
karate.
still down.
The in-out movement, not sitting in the pocket, as I was saying. I'll go back to it. He was able to come in and out, and he just flacked a body shot, and that was the delayed reaction in the dead set giveaway. He was out before he reacted. He knew he wasn't going to get back up, Michael.
I dare say you will be urinating blood this week. That is a painful, painful knockout for Sinclair. Take a look again here. Nice evasion there, and just rifles that body shot towards the liver. You're digging the knuckles between the 9th and 10th ribs. You're impacting the vagus nerve. As Damien said, delayed reaction, then you go down, then you feel it. And they all tell me the most painful way to get knocked out is via a body shot. K1's produced a lot of them over the years. Again, I mentioned a name, Andy Sauer. You mentioned Ernesto Hoost. And now we see it proved here by Teo Asahisa.
Feel that one for a couple of hours. Still down, still trying to catch his breath. Sometimes it knocks the wind out, sometimes it hits the liver. If that hit the liver, you can feel that for at least 3 hours. Yeah, 100%. You can see he went to come back in. He went to actually come back in and get one back, and then it just kicked in. Seriously, step forward. I got this. Oh no, I don't. Go straight to his haunches. And
And that win
deciding
came
not
in
to
for
bleed.
the first time. First time today that Team Japan takes the lead. They're now 3-2 against Team World. And we're going to hear from Asahisa.
こんにちは。K1 から来ました。現役チャンピオンの朝日太陽です。ごめんなさい。本当はもうちょっと蹴りでスパッとかっこよくやりたかったけど、ちょっと
Saying hello,
しばら
I'm
くもそういう
Teo
感じでち
Asahisa
ょっ
from
とバッチリ
K1.
始めました。やっぱりこうして K1 から来るということで、みんなからいろんな意見があると思うけど、やっぱり K1 から現役チャンピオンである俺をこうやって出してくれた K1、そしてキックボクシングで正直言って俺はよくいらないって言うけど、こういう7試合目でいいコンディションで組んでくださったライジン関係者の皆さんありがとうございます。なんていうんですかね、僕はまた K1 の現役チャンピオンとして K1 に戻ることになるけど、またライジンで見たいなって思った時は呼んでくれたら嬉しいです。
Don't want to see
そして来
kickboxing
年
here
戦
in
う時
RIZIN.
に導いてくれた
But I'm here as the
クロス
seventh
って言い
fight of
方
the
は
night,
聞か
and
ないか
I
もしれ
hope
な
I
いけど、
change
天空
people's
八
minds
空仲間
by
のみんな、
performance.
そして仲良くしてくれる恭平さん、まあなんとか KO でいい形でつないだんで、最後一発ぶちかましてください。やったぜベイビー。
What a wonderful athlete and a wonderfully spoken young man as well, Asahisa. True world champion material. Indeed gave a show to all and sundry inside the sold-out Marine Messe. There's a lot of love between RIZIN fans and K1 fans and RIZIN fighters as well. K1 had a show in Tokyo last night, and Taisei Sakuraba was there in the audience enjoying himself. Big shot to the body, just hitting the side of the liver and downing and knocking out Sinclair. Asahisa finished off by saying, as the reigning K1 champion, I'll end up going back to K1. I recently became very friendly with Kyohei Hagawara. See Kyohei go out there later on and get the knockout, baby. Well, Team Japan lead Team World 3-2 as it stands. And folks, coming up next, it will be Ryuya Fukuda and Aziz Bektemirov. This is RIZIN Landmark 13.
All right. Now we're back to bettable fights. Okay. Fukuda, 26-9-1, 4-1 in RIZIN. He's obviously a proven finisher in this environment. KO'd Ajizawa in round 1 at RIZIN 49. TKO'd Ando in round 2 at the New Year's Eve show. But here's what his prop data tells you. His best bet over the last 8 fights isn't his finish. Inside the distance, yes. Inside the distance, yes. 6-2 for plus 3.1 units. 38.8% ROI. His opponents make him work. The fights go long before he closes it out. Temerov, 5-2, RIZIN debut, and his record is one of the more interesting profiles on this card. All 5 wins, every single one by TKO or KO. Both losses by decision. He finishes fights or loses on the cards, and that's been his entire career in 2 sentences. Here's why that matters. Temerov can't get the early finish and against a seasoned RIZIN fighter like Fukuda. That's a real possibility. The fight goes long. His losses aren't early stoppages, they're decisions, which means his best prop trends mirror those things. Under 5-2, plus 2.4 units. And then Bantamweight division over since the start of last year, 12-6 for plus 2.1 units profit, the only positive trend in the division. Fukuda inside the distance. Temerov's pattern of going to decision when he loses. Bantamweight over.
Drew significant international attention. And tonight, he wants to shine even brighter on the stage where his brother once performed. This is Aziz Bektemirov.
No, I mean, that seems like the fight goes distance. No is probably the way to go there.
A final prayer for Temirov. About to signal his arrival to RIZIN. RIZIN, all by knockout or TKO. Two of them in exactly 54 seconds. Fukuda defended the deep Bantamweight title against former RIZIN Featherweight champ Shotaro Ushiku back in May of last year. On New Year's Eve, he dropped Tatsuya Ando with a counter right hook in a wild exchange before finishing by TKO. Excitement personified. Finishing personified. He grins across the cage at Temerov. Temerov the younger by 6 years, the shorter by an inch. Weight is even at 134.4 pounds. 2-inch reach advantage goes the way of Fukuda. Fukuda all over him with experience. 26-9-1 versus 5-2. Japan against Uzbekistan. Tremendous pop inside Marine Nesse for Fukuda. Stare down. Neither man blinking. Two of the most dangerous finishers at Bantamweight. Combined, they've ended fights in 54 seconds, 31 seconds, and 60 seconds. Do not look away. Fukuda steering a hole through Temerov. Michael Chavello, Damien Brown with you. Fukuda in southpaw stance. A fight, Damien, that I don't believe will go the distance.
Yeah, I think if there was a fight on the card tonight that you would put your money on to not go past, maybe even halfway through the second round, it would be this one. And both guys have stated whoever throws first and lands is most likely going to win. These guys are in there to finish the fight. Not playing around, not getting paid per second, looking for a finish straight away. Nice left hand
For a
there
lovely
from
jab
Fukuda
too.
early.
Temerov with the hook off the lead. Fukuda carrying his hands low. Temerov not high at guard. On the ballsy seat as well, the Uzbekistan fighter. And still a tipping of the toes and the proverbial horse's here. Lovely right hand trying to sting the jaw of Fukuda. He's got a wicked cross on him, Damien does. Temerov.
Yeah, he certainly does. 5 wins, 4 by finish. You know when he lands, he's going to land properly and it's lights out. But Fukuda, 50% finish rate, all by knockout. 54% finish in total, but 50% by knockout. So it's exciting to sit on the edge of your seat and wait for a little bit of, it looks like a little bit of blood from the nose of Fukuda early. Showing the power of Temerov. Even he's only getting a couple of shots.
Our last fight was a kickboxing fight. You may be lulled into thinking this one's also under kickboxing rules. It is a mixed martial arts fight. Remember, Chavello kept it standing at the moment. Mild left hander from Temerov. Right hand from Temerov again. That seems to be the prime weapon of the Uzbekistani. And Fukuda, you know he'll go toe-to-toe. You know he'll meet you and duke it out inside a phone booth if he gets the chance. Ryuya Fukuda. Trying to back up Temerov here, Damien.
Yeah, and Fukuda, he's tough, right? So he'll back him up, he'll get in there. But the mistake that Temerov needs to be careful of is if he gets him hurt, he just rushes, which we've seen a little bit just before. He just rushed in as Fukuda stood his ground, planted his feet and threw back and got a little bit of respect out of Temerov. But so far, despite the blood from the nose, Fukuda just staying on the front foot, backing Temerov up. expect Fukuda to take a little shift to the left and then come back with that straight left hand spike. Gets his head off the outside, off the center line. Nice check of the kick there. Good low kick from Fukuda.
Scarily, the prime weapon of Temerov being that right hand. Comfortably number one on the southpaw. Watch Temerov will try and get that lead foot on the outside of the lead foot of Fukuda to put that right hand smack bang on Fukuda's jaw. Jumping left hook there from Temerov. Fakes the jab. Fukuda resets. Three-punch combination, but Temerov too elusive on skates momentarily. Do we expect this one, Damien, to be a predominantly stand-up fight?
Yeah, I don't think either guy will really try to take it to the ground unless they're hurt or one of them lands clean and creates a little bit of panic. But I think this whole fight will play out on the feet, and I do genuinely believe someone will go to sleep. Fukuda is just drawing Temerov in off a half jab, and he's sliding out of range again. So be aware of the counter strike there from Fukuda. Temerov's got everything into every strike, closing the distance massively on the way in.
Temerov thought about an inside leg kick, a very wide stance here on Fukuda. Body shot from Temerov. Both men are very slick with the strikes. Nothing landed. Slowly, cleanly, kicking away to the liver there off the left hand for Fukuda. Temerov was fortunately going the correct way to escape off to his left. Jab from Fukuda. Haven't seen one attempt for a takedown. No grappling here. It's been a kickboxing contest. More than that, it's been mostly a boxing contest, Damien.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up at the end because I was just waiting to say neither guy has really thrown many kicks. No calf kicks, nothing to the body even, but the blood on the nose of Fukuda definitely going to sway the round in favour of the damage done by Temerov. Here we see the exchanges. Every exchange was heavy, wasn't it? They were a fight finishing type of exchange every single time. Nice right hand by Temerov. Gets his head off the centre line. And then he got a little excited, and then Fukuda was able to land those nice clean shots there and get a little bit of respect back. Good body shot. It's been quite technical, despite every punch being thrown like they're trying to take each other's head off. It's been a good technical match with a lot of respect for the power of one another.
This is our 18th event on RIZIN TV. Check out RIZIN TV. Fans around the world can purchase upcoming pay-per-views and can activate a monthly or annual subscription. Make sure you grab a RIZIN Premium Pass. That way you can watch over 700 fights and all pay-per-views are included. Second round. Will we see some legs come into play? Or will they sit back and box as they did for the first 5 minutes of this fight? Body shot, sliding jab there from Temerov to open up. I'd love to see Temerov, Damien, go back to that right cross.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's pretty standard from both these guys, but Fukuda's doing a good job of doing the left first. There you see it again, right on cue, but Temerov should lead with the rear hand, as you mentioned, or at least feint with the rear hand to get a reaction before he throws the hook or the jab with the left. Again, these guys have such a wide stance. The kicking game is really good from both. Inside leg kicks, just line up the legs a little bit, slow down the movement of your opponent, and then go upstairs with the heavy hands.
Especially Fukuda, I feel, short in the stance, a little go up with the lead calf of Temerov. Shut down Temerov's ability to throw that right hand.
Oh.
Forget about it. He planted him like a tree. That is a stunning knockout. He lulled Fukuda into a false sense of safety and nailed him. A one-punch KO, and Fukuda is astral traveling. Damien, that's spectacular. And the hutch was falling over this. Because everyone here is gobsmacked at what just happened.
Yeah, I need to see the replay because I'm certain that he threw the right hand at the same time as the jab. At the exact same time as I was saying it. Just that 50-50 strike, the intercepting strike from Femerov there, and he flatlined him like he was out cold when he hit the ground, arms above the head, motionless. Completely lifeless.
They've got the Goonie out here, the stretchers out. He is in a bad, bad way. He is Ryuya Fukuda. And with that victory, Aziz Bektemirov evens it up. 3 wins apiece now between Team Japan and Team World. And it's what Damon was talking about. Let's have a look here. Fukuda trying to measure him. Oh, it's a scooping bolo punch almost to 40. Damien, you mentioned it, that he was giving Temirov the angle to employ the right hand. And we said that as soon as he comes in, Temirov should throw the right. That's exactly what he did. He gave it to him on a platter.
I mean, in that case, he actually got his leg to the outside, which was nice, but he just got himself caught in there, overreaching with the jab, and that right hand was money for Temirov, and you could see that the follow-up was really unnecessary, but that's the fighter's job until the ref stops the fight, so you can't blame him, but, I mean, he was lights out from the time the shot landed, the head bounced off the canvas, and hopefully Fukuda's okay.
I want to ask you here, which did the more damage? The knockdown shot or the final shot when he was already on the ground?
Well, I mean, he was already out, so you'd say the shot that knocked him down did the damage, but the follow-up shot while he was motionless, no chance of defending that, so here we see it again. Oh, he was already out. Didn't even sit back up. Motionless, arms above the head. The first shot did everything it needed to do. Fukuda is out cold. Hopefully he's okay.
Hello! Japan! Japan! Konnichiwa! Razin muxlislariga hammaga salom. Razinni yangi, sizlar yaxshi ko'radigan, xudo xolasa eng zo'r Razinni muxlislar yaxshi ko'radigan fayz bo'laman. Meni ismim Azizbek Temirov. Bu yerga kelishim avvalambor assalomu alaykum ota-onamga, butun yurtdoshlarimga hammaga salom. Otajonim, onajonim, sizlarni yaxshi ko'raman.
ウィスタンから来たアジズベク・テミルフです。これからこの階級には本物の王者が来ました。どんどんぶっ通していきます。応援してください。そして国の方々、テーブルの方々、スポンサーした方々、そしてライジン制約していただいた竹原社長、ぜひありがとうございました。
O'zbekistonda ko'rib turgan yurtdoshlarimga, duoda bo'lib turgan otajonim, onajonim,
In the first part of his speech, Azizbek said, "Hi, I'm Azizbek from Uzbekistan. I will destroy everyone here and become the champion."
avvalambor
Thank you to all of my sponsors, thank you my team, and thank you Mr.
bu
Sakakibara.
jangimda, realni aytaman, bu jangimda juda qiyin, juda mas'uliyatim bor. Chunki ikkita mag'lubiyatimdan keyin uchinchisi eng zo'ri Rizinda top 5 ta turgan Ryu Fukudaga qarshi jang qilishim juda katta mas'uliyatdir.
そして今横にいる方が僕のコーチであるジャストコーチです。本当に2連敗中っていうのがあって、その次ライジンから9連が来て、短い時間を受けて本当に厳しい練習させていただいたジャストコーチにありがとうございました。感謝しかないです。
duoda bo'lib turgan hammaga kattakon rahmat. Bizga sharoit
part of his speech, I think Vic said that everyone can see my coach here, Casco. I am so thankful to him for training me so hard. The results paid off tonight. Wonderful, isn't he? As he's back in the crowd over here. And he concluded his speech with some fine words that received a great round of applause here. As we see the finish of the fight as it went down, Fukuda offering him his jaw and a silver platter leading in. And at the end there, as Uzbek said, thank you to my team, Team Alpha Male, and all of my teammates in America. My brother Ramazan went on to the UFC, but I'll create a new story for the Temirov name here in RIZIN. Thank you, RIZIN. I want to keep fighting tough fighters. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of that man, Temirov, in the future. What a night it's been so far. Landmark 13 in Fukuoka was sold out over 2 weeks ago. More than 10,000 fans inside the Marine Messe and thousands more next door watching on closed circuit who turned up today and could not get a ticket. Beautiful arena, great memories for me. This was the first arena I ever commentated in Japan back in 2001. My country, my Shepard. Great to be back in the Marine Messe in lovely Fukuoka over the Seahawks. And here is Sakakibara-san with some announcements.
ご来場の皆さん、2022年10月以来、このマリンメッセ福岡、またのうちに帰ってくることができました。誠にありがとうございます。福岡でチケット皆さんに買っていただけるかどうか、いろいろ不安な思いを持ちながら、3年半ぶり、今回、大和開発様に本当にご支援いただいて、今日これだけのカードをこの博多の地にマッチアップすることができました。この場を借りて、今一度大和開発様に御礼申し上げます。ありがとうございました。そして今日ちょっとここから長いです。皆さんいろんな発表があるんで楽しみにしていただいて、まずこの後5月10日神戸 G ライオンアリーナライジン53、そして6月6日土曜日ゼビオアリーナ仙台ライジンランドマーク14、そして7月18日土曜日広島グリーンアリーナライジンランドマーク15、この3大会続いて8月東京のお台場新設されたトヨタアリーナ東京8月11日火曜日祝日山の日、この日にライジン54を開催させていただきます。今日8月の大会を新たに一つ発表させていただきます。そして6月6日の仙台。
So, Sakakibara-san saying there are various announcements to make. We have RIZIN 53 in Kobe on May 10, then RIZIN Landmark 13 in June and RIZIN Landmark 15 in July. And we're also happy to announce our August event in Tokyo, RIZIN 54. He also said for the Sendai event in June, Ogi Kubo and Yuki Matoya, please come to the cage, and here they are.
荻窪。
はい。
6月6日、
はい、
新竜でいける？
もちろんいけます。はい。
じゃあ、この場で新竜とのタイトルマッチ。
わかりました。ボコボコにします。
はい。一言皆さんに。
はい。自分は岩手出身で、東北で雷神をやるっていうのが大事だったんですけど、東北盛り上げるために応援戦やります。新竜を決まりでいいですね。
Kubo here saying yes, I will destroy him.
お互い本当に嫌い合ってるんで、仙台大会、ぜひ皆さん見に来てください。よろしくお願いします。
Yuki got a manicure, facial.
さっきアメリカに連絡して聞いてもらってやるって言ってるんで、ララビーで。
Takabata-san saying, watching Shinbu's fight today, we were waiting to see who Kubo's opponent would be. And also this man here, Latoya, was also waiting to see what would happen.
6月6日、仙台でマッチアップします。もっとやから一言。
There are many contenders since Kubo will face Shinbu. So Takabata said, Latoya, will you face Tony Laramie? And Latoya said, yep, no problems, boss.
Whew. Tony Laramie.
さあ、それでは写真撮影をお願いいたします。
Final words there from Latoya saying, hello everybody, I'm Latoya from Deep. I'll certainly beat Tony Laramie and I'll make a run for the belt. Please support me. Always so much excitement. Takabata-san has the microphone. We are going to return to Tokyo for RIZIN 54 in August, RIZIN 14 in June, Landmark 15 in July, RIZIN 53 in Corbett on May the 10th. And there's more room. Well, something's got the crowd excited here.
Oh. Minoru Asakura. We haven't seen him in since he was murdered by Shabailov.
飯もうまいし、皆さん人当たりもいいし、女の子も可愛いし、本当に最高です。6月14日にメッセでブレイキングダウンをやってますので、よかったら皆さんぜひ遊びに来てください。それとですね、僕の復帰戦、近々発表されると思いますので、期待してお待ちください。ありがとうございました。
やっぱ声援が違うもんね。まあ、復帰戦も決まったし、まだもう少し発表に皆さんお待ちいただいて、しっかり復帰してまた大事に戻ってくれます。そして6月8日のブレイキングダウンも期待してないのか、そんなもんでしかないし、もっと言えますよ。
Of course, he is the man in charge of breaking down, which is a huge event in its own right. Social media sensation here in Japan.
社長がなんかいけるね。
So Takabata-san saying, wow, he could have been so popular. He could have saying, I'm the MVP. So Takabata-san saying, saying, well, we'll have much more to announce. So please, everybody, look forward to breaking it down as the event is Fukuoka.
5月に言えないので、下手だったらね、行くしかないね。そうですよね。楽しみにします。こういう人も話した。
Mikuru said, Sakakibara-san, can you do something for me in the upcoming breaking down event? Sakakibara-san said that Ashizawa also watching breaking down today. And Mikuru said, can you lend me Koji for our event? Wow, how about that? Asking for the veteran Koji. Sakakibara said, they love him. Anywhere he goes, he is absolutely swamped by fans. Trying to get a photo, an autograph, even just to touch his arm.
伊沢選手、リングにしてください。伊沢選手から皆さんへ発表があります。
We have one more announcement to make tonight.
こんにちは。
Here is Izawa.
この度、コロさんとの間に新しい命を授けることができました。
Pound for pound, one of the best ladies on the planet right now. Thank you, Izawa.
なの
Introducing
で、
yourself to
ライゼン
the
スー
local
パ
audience.
ートム級のベルトを一度返上させていただきます。
No one's even come close to beating her.
このベルトと一緒に自分も成長してきたので、この決断は本当に自分自身もすごい悔しくて悲しくて、まだ
I'll vacate my
なりたく
RIZIN
なって
Super
自分は
Atomweight title
湧いてないんですけど、
because
今
I'm
は自
pregnant.
分の中にいるこの新しい命を育てることに専念したいと思っています。ただ、自分はこのままでは終わらないので、次このベルトが誰の手に渡ったとしても、自分がいない間の仮のチャンピオンだと思ってます。なので、自分は子育ても格闘技もしっかり両立して、最短でこの舞台に戻ってきますので、榊原さん、
I grew up as
最短マッチ
a person and a fighter so much with this RIZIN belt. I'm so sad that I need to focus on this new life inside of me. Whoever takes this belt when I'm not here, I will take the belt back from them. I will raise my child, I will cook and clean, I will continue to train, and eventually I will come back on track.
I will cook and clean? Like, Jesus Christ.
話したくないという伊沢の葛藤にはですね、なんともね、ここまで今日この決断を一度返上するっていうその覚悟を決めるのには実は相当な覚悟とかいろんな思いがあった
Bantamweight says the new life that Izawa has created is of course so important.
挑戦者伊沢と
She's
して
poured her blood, her sweat and tears into this belt.
はい。
皆さんも応援よろしくお願いします。
She said, please come back when you're ready. We will be waiting for you.
いずれにしてもスーパートップ級これで9位になります
Izawa
の
said,
で、
everyone please support me.
本当に勝負の世界厳しいし、ね、伊沢が覚悟を決めて返上したベルトをめぐってスーパートップ級の選手たちは全力でこのベルトを取りに来ると思います。またその戦いも皆さんご注目いただきたい、そう思います。以上です。ありがとうございました。
Final words here from Sakakibara-san. The RIZIN belt vacated by the great Izawa, undefeated, but a belt that says she will come back for. Sakakibara-san finished up by saying Izawa put everything into winning the belt, but there are many fighters around the world who will challenge while she's gone. We are excited to see what happens from here.
それでは後半でよろしい
Division.
ご注目ください。以上で
Of
す。
course,
ありがとうございました。
congratulations from all of us to Seiko Ozawa on the pregnancy, and to Koro-san, of course, her partner. What a scene inside the Marine Messe in Fukuoka. Folks, we are going to take an intermission.
Oh yeah, Danny Sabatello.
Josie Delta. And of course, Bantamweight son Hawaiian will look to go 19-0. He has finished all but one opponent inside the first round. He rematches the only man tonight who took him into the second round. No one has ever taken Shutaway the distance. No one has beaten him. Folks, see you soon. We'll take a quick break. Be right back. RIZIN Landmark 13.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick intermission as well. Smoke break. Whoops. BRB.
Makes his way to the cage. From Hawaii, a man whose life story is as compelling as his fighting. From age 12 to 23, he competed in outrigger canoeing, winning the Oahu State Championship 3 times. At 24, he lost his sense of direction. He fell into drug dependence before kickboxing gave him a path back. Now he carries 4 consecutive finishes, rear naked chokes, and into the body, ground and pound elbows, including a pump from behind TKO in September 25 over Utah's top-ranked featherweight after being rocked. Inspired by Max Holloway, he's an all-out action brawler. His first time on the Japanese stage tonight. Fehula said he wants to stand and play and leave Fukuoka by knockout.
All right. Mahula, 7-2 RIZIN debut, completely unknown to the Japanese market. That's exactly why the price is there. Hajiwara is 1-6 between 2022 and 2024. Only recently strung together wins against Mishesh and Nishitani, who are both domestic level opposition. Akimoto then stopped him at Landmark 12 in round 2. So his momentum, quote unquote, has really got to reset. As a minus 317 favorite, he's being priced on name recognition in Japan, not recent form. Mahula is a dog in his last 8. The results tell the story. 7-2 overall, fought his way onto the RIZIN main card, and the market opened him at a minus 115 before the weight miss news broke, and that opening line said this was essentially a pick'em before the controversy. Beaten up RIZIN vet coming off a KO loss versus an untracked Hawaiian prospect who the market initially thought was a coin flip. Plus 212 as real value if you trust the fight happens cleanly. The only caveat being that the missed weight can affect the fighter's conditioning and plan. So yeah, we're going Mahula.
a red card and 2-point deduction in this one. Nebula. Hagawara is ready to a no contest rules encounter. So the fight goes ahead. Much good regard to the Southern crowd here at Fukuoka. And cheer the bell sound. Fight starts here on Kyohei Hagawara. Lord B, a baptism of fire. Nebula under the bright lights of RIZIN. It's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, and I know that for all fighters in RIZIN that won't follow that no contest rules and play it safe to get a clean, easy victory by decision, Hagawara's going to bring the fire, look for a knockout anyway, and put himself in the danger of actually getting caught himself. So it's crazy that the no contest rule could see him get an easy decision, but that's not who he is, that's not what he's about. And we're seeing some forward pressure from Mehiula early.
Meheula.
As we said,
Meheula. That's a little
bring the fight.
Meula.
These guys can deliver. But Hagawara
Meheula.
Forte clincher ends here from Mehiula. He's got to watch out for the calf kicks of Hagawara. They are exceptional. If Kyohei gets on the calf kicks early. We already saw one earlier on that looked like it almost buckled the leg of Mehiula. Mehiula may want to go back to that.
Meheula. I can deal with that.
Right arm of Hagawara at the moment. Does bring that kickboxing experience for Mehiula.
Meheula should not have been the underdog in this fight.
And there's the calf kick from Hagawara. Mehiula's going to defend against them, Damien. They are vicious.
Yeah, the calf kicks are no joke. They came in a few years ago, but pretty much every single fight these days you'll see a calf kick, and I can tell you the damage. It only takes 2 or 3 compared to your regular thigh kick to actually finish a fight or really slow your opponent down. There's another one. You see the knee just buckle in a little bit. Dumping knee there from the thigh clinch. Mehiula with the elbows in close. Hagawara just holding his arms in, staying tight, but those elbows to the temple they really do the damage. Nice short, sharp ones. 2 on 1 on the wrist. Look for the spinning elbow from Hagawara. Oh, there it is.
Really elbow from Hagawara as Damien now is round into the crystal ball. Now it comes Mehiula. Knee from Mehiula.
Ooh, big elbow. Meheula is like featherweight. Like he's like featherweight Yuri. His style is just so odd.
Hagawara doing a good job here. Mehiula, not have a submission win on his record if he looks to take this to the ground. I'm not saying he's going to have an advantage down there. So far it's been a great striking affair by both guys. It was a beautiful spinning elbow, but the volume would definitely be on the side of Mehiula.
Oh no.
Low blow there.
Well, the old John Small up there on Mehiula.
You see the red
Damien,
flag.
have you ever had a fight finished from taking a groin strike you couldn't recover from?
Never. Oh, just grazed the cup on that one, I reckon. It wasn't direct. I think it just caused on the way past. I've never, but I have been kicked absolutely plumb in the jewels. And I tell you, there's some cups out there you can buy. I won't mention them in case I cross over some sponsors, but there is some good ones out there, and there's some that are not so good. I see a lot of guys still wearing a cup with the drawstring. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of looseness in that, so I'm not actually sure why guys still do that. It's an old Thai boxing thing, wearing your steel cup with your drawstring, but it doesn't matter. If they come in straight, you're good. If they come in at angles, it hurts.
We can see that Mehiula's Easter eggs are okay. We go on here, 120 remaining, first round of 3. Don't forget we're scoring round by round under the new RIZIN
Man, Mahula is sick. This card has been really annoyingly, like, I've not been able to actually bet it live. Like, they've only been putting out, I should have probably made like card bets instead of just going like bet by bet. I wasn't fully prepared for this one. There's a lot going on in the world. I haven't been fully engaged in MMA, and oh. Mahula just like he grabbed Harjiwara and oh, he's bleeding like crazy. He was just going like this to him, like grabbing him by the head and giving him fucking knees. Knees from Mai Tai clinch, that's what it was. I should have oh my god. I've never seen someone finish a fight like that. That was just holy Christ. Maybe I have, but holy shit.
のレベル違う。私なんてるなって感じするんで、ここ勝って、ちょっと野村もぶっ飛ばしたいなっていう気持ちはあります。
5年生の頭のまま大人になったって。
3歳児とかって言われたりする。本当にみんなで勝ちたいなっていうふうに思いますね、福岡大会は。今俺が試合あるのは分かる。いけるね。
Wild. Very wild. Mahula TKOs Harjawara in round one as a plus 212 underdog in his RIZIN debut after missing weight. RIZIN featherweight dogs are now 12-14 for plus 10.43 units since the start of last year, and 2016 since dogs in general 9-11 in RIZIN for plus 5.19 units, 25.9% ROI. Nice. I got, okay, hold on. Okay, Hori comes in as a minus 278 favorite. When he's favored, he's 2-0 in RIZIN. Fights go the distance 5 out of 8 times. He's standing at the end of the bell. He grinds, he pushes the pace, he makes his opponent work every round. Pitbull comes in as a plus 180 dog. We all know him, former Bellator champion. Dangerous, experienced, but his last 8 are pretty rough. He's 1-4 as a dog. In his last 5 as a dog. The price on him hasn't been converting, and there's nothing in the data that says tonight is going to be different. RIZIN lightweight dog trends are actually positive, though. That's the overall division trend, not Pitbull specifically. His numbers don't support chasing the dog here. The bet, distance, yes, probably. I'm going to take a shot at Patricky.
Well, when you've lost 4 in a row, 40 years of age, I guess there's a lot of questions that people have, but there's also a lot that you have for yourself. And I hope that he finds the answers for them tonight. Unfortunately, his last fight, I felt like he was a half a second behind in all of the reactions, and that comes with age as well. So, Poirier stands in front of him, he's going to find out because he's got heavy hands and a chin to back it up. But will he be able to keep up with the movement is the real question.
Plus 156, Patricky.
Most recently, upset former RIZIN Featherweight champ Yutaka Sensei the body TKO before falling short in a title shot against Roberto Satoshi Souza last September. On the home soil, Yoshinori Horiya wants to prove he belongs at the top. Can he beat a former Bellator champion? Must-win fight for Team Japan. They travel Team World 4-3. The tricky pitbull 10 years the elder, 1 inch the shorter. Nothing much in the weight. Only an inch in reach goes the way of the tricky pitbull. Experience goes the way of the Brazilian. Yamamoto, future megastar, ringside. The tricky pitbull has been active on social media promoting this fight.
This one I would say fight goes the distance because Hori's 7-1 to the over in his last 8. People 4-4 to the over himself. So distance minus 140, but I can't. That's my pick. I can't get the. I only have winners.
He stares down Yoshinori Horiya. Pitbull finished the man who submitted Horiya. But Horiya has home advantage, home hunger, and a point to prove after falling short in a title shot. The logic runs in all directions tonight. Michael Chavello takes it now with you live from Fukuoka. Must-win fight for both men, particularly for tricky pitbull. Who will strike first? 20 seconds gone, nothing thrown to land. Both very aware of each other's skill set. 30 seconds gone now without a landing strike. Wide stance on Horiya. 40 seconds without a strike thrown. It's a hard hit from Pitbull. That is his first strike landed, Jackie.
Yeah, and you can see Horiya, he looking to get in, get out. Took anything away from the last fight by Mura. Just don't stand right in front of Pitbull. You can get in, you can get out, and you can be on his side. But
Pitbull looks a little paunchy. He's definitely not.
which is what he's done his whole career.
It's definitely not his brother.
Stay right in the pocket, and he'll punch on with you. But Horiya needs to get in, get out. And that's why it's very important to close the distance as fast as possible. So far, nothing. Maybe a little respect. Stand across from someone that's done it all.
I think also too many know that so much is on the line here. At a junction of their careers. If Horiya should lose this one, it will be up to Joji Goto and Yuta Kubo. In our 2 title fights to try and draw an even for Team Japan. Right hand from Yoshinori Horiya, the crowd appreciated it. Can he find range on the bearded jawline of the veteran Pitbull?
super hesitant to come in and close the distance.
He followed up a calf kick with a calf kick. Like, he dropped him with a calf kick, and then he decided to throw another calf kick. Not enough volume from Poirier, and Patricky is clearly gun-shy. But he's not gun-shy with those... Oh! He landed a huge... I thought he might have knocked him out.
Tricky. Beautiful kick to the body from Poirier.
Tricky staying in southpaw stance here. He's going to use the back leg to kick that lead calf of Poirier. Poirier goes a head kick. Tricky read it like a book. Shoved him off. Nice carry, the round kick that was able to deliver of Poirier. 55 seconds to go. First round set for 3 of this lightweight contest. Little faint there from Yoshinori Poirier. Double jab. No cross the company though from Patricky. Jumping knee.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, 40 years of age, and he got a meter in the air with that one, but landed nicely. Poirier not shaken by it at all. Just a little more volume from Patricky would be nice. I guess so far we need to score the damage, and the round, as we come to an end of this round, the calf kick earlier on sweeping him off his feet is probably the biggest moment of this round. But was it enough?
Looking at that lead card for games for Tricky Pitbull. Audio returns one of his own. Pitbull goes straight back to that lead gap from Lewis at the end of the first round. Damien, I need to ask you, there was a rumour a while ago that you were looking at a comeback fight, one last fight in RIZIN, and the man being mentioned as a possible opponent was Tricky Pitbull. Is that a fight you'll take?
That's it. I go back to lightweight for that one. I would go in camp, I would cut weight, and I would take that fight, yes.
I'd like to see it.
That's a beautiful calf kick.
Wicked stopping kick. My goodness, just missed the target. Damien, how do you score it after one round?
Look, I think the biggest moment of that fight was that calf kick, and if I was a judge and I had to see a fight between Victor and looking for something, I see the damage on the calf of Yoshinori Poirier, and I'd say Tricky Pitbull probably edged it. But there was also the beautiful right hand. Unfortunately, he didn't show any damage or redness, so it was a real close round. I'd hate to be a judge in that situation, but I would give it to Patricky in this case. You can really see how scoring fights round by round changes how fighters compete.
Second round is 3 of this lightweight contest. Japan versus the world. The Japanese trail at the moment 4-3. Lovely jab for Poirier. Gloves turned out in a more of a Muay Thai guard here from Yoshinori Poirier. Little bit of elbow flare though on the left side of the body. May be able to create a round kick off the right leg for Tricky. Tries to back him off with aging Brazilian veteran, former Bellator champion. Horia faking that link hand. Lovely right.
Oh,
Horia now has him momentarily on rubber leg. You know Patrick is hurt because he's pulling Horia forward and smiling. But you can't disguise the fact that Horia just tagged him, Damien. He jabbed him again.
He tagged him, but that smile, as much as it gives away that he's hurt, it always says, bring it on, step in the pocket, and that's where his world is. So, smart by Horia to actually
oh, nice. Big takedown by Patricky.
I don't think anyone's seen that coming, not even Horia. Back to his feet real quick, however, there's some strikes on the break from Patricky, especially with his hands coming apart. Oh, the elbow straight in the back of the head. Good job by Horia to break those hands apart. He did the 2-on-1 and keeps control of one of them. Beautiful spinning elbow by Patricky. Little flashback down memory lane from him in the last minute or so.
I wish I understood Portuguese right now because they are
Oh, huge shot. Hori. Patricky looks way better now that the fight has got, like, they started throwing. He also he's very clearly more comfortable in a cage.
The speed of his jab is definitely what got him going in this fight. Just snapping the head back from Patricky with those jabs. And every now and then, every second or third one, he lets that right hand come in. Nice spinning back kick. Just touched the midsection of Horia as he was going backwards.
Yeah, that's the biggest takeaway I have so far. Patricky looks way better in a cage.
Some follow-up right hands. Because they're just constantly landing. And they'll start to do the damage as well.
There's some fighters from like a specific era that they're just, their fundamentals are changed when you get them in a ring.
good calm kick again from the Brazilian. Horia trying to maintain center cage. Lovely sliding jab across on Patricky.
Patricky's good, like very solid head movement. Like very solid head movement.
Patricky tried to get airborne with the knee. I don't know if you'll land one of those and watch it on Horia. 40 seconds ago, Damien, second round of 3, an intriguing battle.
Yeah, intriguing it certainly is. I feel like Horia's just been a little bit too respectful. If I'm being honest. He's landed some real nice shots, but as much as he's trying to put him away, just like that jab is lightning fast. And he should be just popping those off every 5 to 10 seconds, really doing some damage, but he's a little hesitant still in this second round. Maybe some of the shots from Patricky have done a little more damage than the eye can see. They're making him hesitant, but Patricky has the respect of him. That was the end of this round. These rounds are still Yeah, I mean, that's what we've probably come to expect from these guys. 7 knockouts and 7 decisions for Horia. A 68% knockout rate for Patricky. Big right hand there, caught him on the way in, did Horia, but he was getting spinning elbows. The temple rush was beautiful. Horia took it. That nice 30-year-old wood right on the chin. No damage, nice jab there. I'm in Horia's corner like we've done in this third round. I'm telling him to stick that jab as many times as you can. A little bit of damage on the eye of Pitbull there, but just keep sticking the jab and then
Yeah, Pitbull's still, I mean, there's no live odds, but Pitbull's still,
shot. But it needs to be busier.
he's still in this fight, and especially because it's scored round by round. I would say that was the thing with these veterans, you know, like the veterans needed to, it was harder for them to hold on because as the longer that the fight, like in RIZIN, I mean, longer that the fight went on, the more it became clear who won the overall fight, but that's not how fights are scored, right? Oh no. Oh, Patricky. Looks like he got dropped there. Recovered quite quickly, avoided a soccer kick. Oh! Patricky's hand speed is still there, man.
Yeah, we really didn't see the aggressiveness from Patrick in his last fight, but we're seeing it in this round here. Maybe he's scored, as you mentioned unofficially, he got Poirier 2 rounds up. Patrick is corners is holding the same thing. You need to go out there and finish this kid, so that's what it looks like he's trying to do. Force Poirier to fight back as well. Well, that was a snapping jab. Might go to the draw after 2, unofficially. Good third round so far, Michael.
Loading up that right hand and trying to sit down on it. The tricky pitbull switching stances from southpaw and orthodox. He's orthodox now. Double jab from the Brazilian. Poirier's gloves up high, it's all they should be. Big hook kick from the tricky pitbull. It's flashing but ineffective for him. Leads by a hand and a lucky jab from the tricky again, switching stance. Comes up against a two-punch combo.
Yeah. Patricky's hand movement and head speed. I mean, his hand speed and head movement.
Poirier's made, instead of going 1-2, he's going 2-1 now. And he's really just mixed it up, and it's very simple and good fundamentals. It's allowing him to step in with the jab behind the right hand. But Patricky just needs to keep marching forward, sit on the end of those shots, and then follow them back in, because that's his footwork. He really just plods forward. But he needs to follow the shots back in. Beautiful right. Poirier.
process. It's going to be close. It's taking a while.
判定の結果をお伝えします。
Here we go.
ジャッジ足元29対28。青ピットブル
Pitbull.
First judge for Pitbull, 29-28.
30対27。赤堀江
Second judge, 30-27
Split.
for Hawaiian.
ジャッジ豊中29対28。赤堀江
Oh, yeah.
He looked good tonight, Damien. He looked sharp.
Hey, he did look good tonight. I'm not going to say under a global scoring. If we went back 2 shows ago to where we scored the prize the high, I reckon Pitbull gets the win in that one. And it just goes to highlight the scoring round by round and how it favours a more strategic fight.
Yep, it's true.
The aggressor, he was looking for the finish, he was doing everything he possibly could to put Mario away, but round by round he was losing. And that's how I scored at 29-28 to Mario. He had to score round by round. I think the other way around, Mario probably loses that fight. And I mean that's why it was a split decision, right? It was as close as it gets. Pitbull now 0-2 in RIZIN since he's come back here. And I think he's got 3 fights maybe, so we'll see what's next for him.
So are we gonna get Damian Brown against Patricky Pitbull on New Year's Eve?
Knocked out Patchy Nicks at RIZIN 52 in March. Also scored a TKO win over Hagiwara last November. Beautiful jab, exquisite cross. It was a close one, but it goes the way of Yoshinori Horian. We're about to hear from him.
応援ありがとうございました。 大好きな地元の福岡大会で結果として勝てて
Patricky Pitbull versus Damian Brown on New Year's Eve. Let's go.
I'm grateful to everybody who came out tonight and who was tuning in on TV. Everybody who supported me.
今日はもう先ほど高く飲もうと思うんで、ちょっと皆さん遠隔でも乾杯して楽し
Yes, I've been fighting now for 20 years. It's been a decade inside the cage and the ring. This is actually my first time not having a drink for the last 2 months. So, guess what, guys? I plan to drink like crazy tonight. I'm gonna go on a bender and put the Woka in Yoshinori Horian. And he finished up by saying, I appreciate it if you could all have a remote drink with me. Thank you. David, we've got to have a remote drink later on with Yoshinori Horian.
Of course, I've got no reason to make lightweight yet unless I get the call, so I've got some beers in the fridge and I'll celebrate with him tonight.
There is Akimoto and
ちゃ気持ちが強くて、アメリカとも戦える唯一のアジア人だった。日本人が強くなきゃいけないっていうのは本当に
showed that I just never give up, and I fought, I stretched, I always come to fucking fight. And I want to put on bigger and better shows for RIZIN and all of Japan. I'm gonna finish that motherfucker. I want to break him, I want to make it bloody, I want to dominate him.
チャンプとしては確かにはいサバプロでもあるんですけど、タイ ATP だし、はいアメリカだし、日本人がみたいな。
Is scared. As awesome and cute that they're all training together, I picture my elbow getting stuck inside of his skull so the left panics and has to stop the fight.
レスリング書いてくって殴る蹴る倒せればと思って。
I'm the RIZIN champion, bitch. How could you call me an outsider if I'm the champion? I've read some things online and a lot of people from Japan thought that, you know, when you're the champion, you sometimes change and people come to you. I don't change for anything.
自分の枠の中で彼がちっちゃく取っている。Enjoy that shit, fine as a champ.
RIZIN champion.
2人世界となったらうちの出番になったのかな。負けます。
Motherfucker.
Sabatello's price is a clear favorite. Betting value lies in how he wins rather than whether he wins. We got some time because it's a title fight. Sabatello minus 400 in his last 9. He's 7-1 as a favorite, plus 1.73 units, plus 21.6% ROI. Overall in that window is 8-1, plus 3.13 units on the money line. 7 out of his 9 fights end before the final bell. He is a finisher when he needs to be. Goto plus 225. His overall record is 6-2 in his last 8. But he's the dog. When he's the dog, he's 0-2. Both times the market has faded him and he's lost. And tonight, probably no different. Bantamweight over is 12-6 since the start of last year for 11.6% ROI. The division confirms this signal. Fights in this weight class tend to go the distance at a profitable rate. The bet here, distance yes at minus 233. And I'm on Sabatello by decision, minus 118.
two and seeing them back to back, I mean, it says all you need to know about those players.
As much as you hate him, you gotta love him.
Bill Collins, something in the air tonight. An epic entrance here from the champion, Denny Savage. The end of the most famous drum performance. He rips off the hood and announces his arrival in Fukuoka. The Italian gangster Denny Savicello, never short of a word. Never short of a curse word. The smack talk has been going on social media, on his various interviews, on radio, on television, online. Talk the talk and now he walks the walk again. Won the title last time out. First ever title defense tonight for Savicello. The two-time Illinois State High School Wrestling Champion. Qualified for the NCAA Division I tournament 3 times. He fought in Titan. In Bellator, he was a Grand Prix semi-finalist. Now the second ever American to hold the RIZIN title. Edged out no kicking away on Union Need with flankless track. He named Joji Goto as one of the opponents he wanted. A scalp he wants to take. And now it's happening. He's manifested his destiny. The RIZIN Bantamweight champion gets what he asked for. But sometimes you need to be careful, Damien, what you wish for.
Yeah, sometimes you really need to be careful what you wish for, but so far he's backed up everything he said. Everything he's asked for, pretty much got. He's been able to back it up, but we have seen him hurt in RIZIN, but he's back in the cage, which is super familiar against Savicello.
The champion 3 years, the elder, 2 inches of the tall.
RIZIN Bantamweight Championship. Savitello minus 400. Yeah.
Difference in experience, 17
I already went through this. Having a Alzheimer's moment.
Team Japan tied at 4-4 against the world tonight. He bowed hand to Sakakibara-san. Never in the history of RIZIN have we seen 2 world title fights on a landmark card. History being made tonight in Fukuoka. Sold out 2 weeks ago. Thousands next door watching on closed circuit TV. This is what Sabatello does. He stays glued to you, nailed to you, like a human carpet, weighing down on you. And piece by piece, the Italian gangster seeks to dissect and take you apart. Goto showing resilience, showing patience, showing calmness right now. But not a position he wants to stay in here day in. And Sabatello now goes under the neck and looks for strangling. Goto's corner saying he's not really trying to finish the choke, he just wants to control you. So stay calm. Another takedown there from Sabatello.
Sabatello
Look at the
has such
champion's performance so far. Dang it.
such a grinding style, doesn't he? I mean, he just sticks to you like glue. It's so hard to shake him. Even when you get a chance, he transitions to a better position. It's just the wrestling dominance and the experience that he has to be able to win all the scrambles. He's always one step ahead in controlling the position or advancing the position. Goes back to his underhook. Joji Goto, he is actually doing a good job defensively, but now he needs to start to attack, get the feet on the hips, create some space, and he's going to need to be fast getting back to his feet. He does have some subs on his record. And in the corner of Sabatello telling him to roll the elbows over. But Joji Goto doing a good job with the overhooks and just trying to hold his opponent there in guard. Probably his best and safest way to get the fight back to the feet, to be honest.
This is what I need. This is him just grinding him and backpacking him. As long as we know he doesn't finish him, then we're good.
Yeah, it 100% will be Sabatello's round. And he has done a good job so far. A modern position head arm choke champs here from Joji Goto. Super rare. Can get it. He needs to use it to sweep and get on top. Because he's got Danny Sabatello's arm stuck in there at the moment, but he could have done that instead of trying to finish it. Good first round for Sabatello.
If Sabatello is the cheese on the pizza, Joji Goto needs to be the pineapple on the pizza, something that no Italian likes. Trust me on that one, Damien.
Yeah, even my son thinks it's illegal to have pineapple on a pizza. I don't know where he got that from.
Wise young man.
Here we see the dominant wrestling of Danny Sabatello. Sabatello, if he's able to mix up the RIZIN rules a little bit, make it a bit more exciting, he definitely has the ability to do so, but he's so ingrained in this old school wrestling dominance, unified rules mentality.
Yeah.
You can get a lot more Japanese fans if you're able just to mix up the excitement a little bit when he's wrestling and he's striking, because he has the ability to take some risks, to land some dominant strikes and look for a dominant finish and still win the scrambles. But he just doesn't let loose a little bit.
Because he's a champ. He's not going to do that. He's the champ. He wants to win like 13 fights in a row as the champ. He wants to be like Colby Covington.
Jab too high kick from Sabatello. Takes the right hand. He's got long arms, Danny. And Inspector Gadget jab of his.
Oh, I feel like there's a knee up the middle coming from Goto. You can see the way he's twisting his hips a little bit, trying to set it up, waiting for Sabatello to shoot in.
Goto's never been beaten in RIZIN 5-0. Sabatello double leg here. Takes Goto down. Goto knees and Goto closes the guard.
Goto just needs to control his position from the bottom, trying to affect the stand-up because he's not going to get up otherwise. Sabatello needs to be doing like glue, or like cheese on the picture as you mentioned, Michael.
Sabatello pressing back into the cage. And once again, Joji Goto is being inside a washing machine, it's hot, it's wet, it's steamy, and you're just getting ragged over the canvas and things it on the ground and Sabatello just staying stuck to you.
As you go, so he always put himself in a choke there, like a cross-body choke, Sabatello trying to flatten him his back, but he was able to stay on his knee with his shoulder. He's going to look to clear the head here and attack the Kimura. Now, he needs to pull that elbow back through. Near the corner of Sabatello. Coaching him through, telling him that his shots are landing and he got him good, but so he goes on getting his guard back now. See him get his hips out. Not a good angle, start attacking some subs instead of just trying to get back to his feet.
You hear Sabatello's corner here, Jamie, guiding him through the process.
Yeah, telling him to hold the wrist and roll it over. It's a real good technique. You've got to pin the wrist to the body, but it's real hard for Sabatello to do that when his head's on the chest. He doesn't want to give him any space. The feet on the hips will start to build up. Second call for action there from the referee. Rightly so, Sabatello hasn't landed many heavy strikes or done any damage. Really just controlling position here in the yard.
Sabatello gets the Joji Goto blasted to the canvas and Goto closes that yard. 2 seconds to go, second round here.
Corner giving him instructions, 1 minute to go. You see him trying to pass, constantly trying to advance position, but the jiu-jitsu of Goto able to get his guard back constantly. Marsh using the front headlock position to try and land some of those grounded knees. Triangle attempt from Goto. And Sabatello was all over it. Back to the mat return.
Sabatello ragdolling him, Damien.
Yeah, then slides straight into the back take attempt. Places the leg. Cross body, holds the opposite wrist. Goes over, gets back to the cage and starts to square up. Sabatello just one step ahead.
He's going to be down 2 rounds to 0 here, Joji Goto. And Damien, that means I need you to play coach. What are you telling Joji to do to somehow turn this fight around in the next 5 minutes?
Well, if I'm this coach, I would tell him the same thing's going to happen in the third round, so he may as well get a little wild. But everything needs to come up the center. So, front kicks, knees, uppercuts, jabs.
Yeah, everything needs to come up the south.
Don't look for the knockout, the knockout will come. Maybe don't spin and attack from there. But also, he did grab the guillotine there, but he didn't attack it enough with the lower legs, so with the lower half of the body by cutting the angle and securing the position. But most wrestlers will shoot themselves into a bad head position, and that's where you can attack the guillotine from. Because there's no chokes in wrestling, so they put their head down. He needs to take some risks.
First ever title defense for Danny Sabatello. That's what it's all about. The brilliant rise and the Bantamweight strap. It's all for Joji Goto to do. You're on the ground inside 5 seconds, Damien.
Yeah, I mean, he was aggressive straight off the bat. He knows he needs a knockout. He definitely needs to get a finish, but Sabatello's just going to control him for the whole rest of this fight. Continue to win the rounds. I mean, Sabatello's easily up 2 rounds on the round-by-round scorecard, but we want to see Sabatello try and get a finish. I know he's the champ and he doesn't want to lose his belt, but sometimes you've got to look to make a statement. And it'd be nice to see that from Sabatello. Especially after dominating the first 2 rounds.
Time now becomes the enemy of Joji Goto. Down 2 rounds. 4 minutes, 5 seconds to the next round up here for Joji Goto.
Sabatello's fighting the most intentionally annoying. Like, he's intentionally fighting the most boring style. Like, he's intentionally fighting the most boring style to make it so that it just makes them and people more and more want to fight him, like to come out and try to stand with him. And then he just fights this incredibly boring style. And it works because, one, he's champion, and he's this heel, so he can talk all this shit and get people to come out and try to, like, take his head off. And then he could just, oh, head and arm choke. No. The decision might go out here. Oh, nice. Off the head and arm choke. But yeah, he's intentionally fighting this, like, incredibly boring style where he's just, like, grinding people out and making it so that people want to come in and take his head off, and then he just grinds them out. It works because it's like, he's the champion, so it's like, you gotta come to me. And it also makes people hate him even more because yep.
I'm not a fighter, but I can only imagine that the style that Sabatello brings to the cage would be the most awkward, frustrating, tiring style of opponent to beat.
It's so frustrating because he's not trying to finish you. And people don't try and finish you, they can control you, and there's very little you can do to get out of position. So it's super frustrating as a fighter. You walk away, and most likely Joji Goto will be like, I didn't lose the fight. He just didn't want to fight me. That's kind of what he's going to walk away and feel like, really, to be honest with you. He never lost the fight. Maybe Sabatello just didn't do anything to give him a chance. That's Sabatello's job.
No doubt about it, he's going to retain the belt. Joji Goto was never in the fight. He's got Sabatello.
Yeah, he certainly did. From the first time Sabatello got hold of him, Goto just didn't have any answers to the wrestling. Even when he was able to get his guard back, beautiful duck under there, defended the shot over the top from Goto. Another mat return. And every time he hit the mat return, he went hip to hip, slid a hook in, couple of attempted head arm chokes in the third round. Didn't look for the finish there. It's such a frustrating style to have to deal with as a wrestling defense to counter it. Technical and stellar performance from Danny Sabatello. The man walks the walk every single time.
Considering his
He's funny. He talks so much shit and then he wins 20, 30-27 by just like wrestle fucking his opponents in the most boring style you've ever seen. And it's so funny because he's like intentionally fighting this boring style, but it's so effective.
Yeah.
And that's nice to see. Sabatello saying get a couple of more fights under your belt and come back and challenge the belt again.
I always think they're so funny in this because, like, he seems like a really sweet guy. Like, he's like
He's intentionally trying to be
Yeah.
like to seem like a terrible person.
Yeah. Yeah. it's such an interesting, like, contrast with UFC.
It's like he's being a heel while also being like immensely respectful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And like respecting the tradition of like everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Potentially down the track, that's a fight we'll see. We'll know the closest. And he's probably going to come. He's defeated in RIZIN, but we'll see who's next.
Sabatello said that he wants a long reign as champion. He wants to be the busiest fighter in the world. Can he fight every week if he could? Those takedowns in every round were superb. Just like sheer control of Sabatello. Absolutely owning Josie Cosa. In true Italian gangster fashion.
It's an interesting style to have to deal with, Michael. Who does RIZIN have that can stop the wrestling against Sabatello?
Shaibalayev, and that's it. As much as we all hate Danny Sabatello, and we definitely do, you really do have to love him.
You really do have to love him because what he's doing is actually just genius. He's the Bantamweight champion. He's American. He's fighting in Japan where the fans came to see finishes, came to see heart, came to see someone leave everything in the ring. And he's methodically, deliberately, almost artistically doing the exact opposite. And it's not malpractice. Like, it's a choice. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's grinding out these decisions, talking the most, delivering the least, and keeping the belt. And every time the crowd boos, and every time someone, tweets that they're bored out of their mind, and tonight they were, he gets more famous for it. Think about what the perfect heel actually requires. Listen to this.
Talker in RIZIN, but so far he's backed it up every single time. And that is the big question mark, as Damien mentioned, who on this roster can...
The perfect heel, right? Like, it actually, you need heat. You need people to you genuinely want to see you lose. You need to be impossible to ignore even when they want to look away. And Sabatello is all three of those things. He's a champion nobody wants, defending the title that nobody enjoys, watching him win in a style that makes the most patient MMA fans check their phones. And here's the part that should be genuinely impressive to you. It's working. He's champion. He's going to remain champion. He's going to remain on the top of the card. He's going to remain one of the most talked about fighters outside of the UFC. It's like he's like Chael Sonnen, right? Like, Chael understood, like, heat is heat. Booze spend the same way as cheers, you know. And Sabatello has found like a lower floor and planted its flag there. 6-2 to the over. Fights go long, they go the distance. He doesn't take many risks. You hate watching it, but it cashes. No, he hasn't. He's going to get absolutely fucking murdered.
Game plan as he did last time because it went the same way, but he's made a few little changes and some adjustments that can provide some problems. Take a little less damage and take this fight into the third round. Who knows? Maybe we'll see something different. Maybe an upset. It would be a big upset because Rosabali Charlalaya's getting some global traction right now. And a lot of people are talking about him being one of the best, if not the best, in the world. And it's hard to argue otherwise when you're 18-0 with 18 finishes and never seen a third round.
18 finishes, 17 in the first round. Crazy statistics on Rosabali Charlalayan. Yutakubo knows what to expect from Charlalayan. As you said before, took into the second round. What has he got up his sleeve tonight to possibly do something no one's ever done to phase Charlalayan, to even hurt Charlalayan? Charlalayan's coming off that massive victory against Miguel Asakura last time out. He pounded Asakura, made it look easy, as he has with every opponent they met.
Yeah, he certainly does make it look easy. I mean, we thought that he was going to get a real challenge. Not the last time out, the one before that. He came out afterwards and said he was so scared he had to get the fight done early. And that he did. He went out there and knocked out probably what we thought was going to be his biggest threat. But, I mean, I don't really know what the answer is. Hopefully, we stand across from it tonight and get ourselves a real good back and forth 3-round war out of these guys.
That's absolutely not what's going to happen.
Now we question whether the news builds up every event on Charlalayan would affect him, especially the spotlight on him when he fought Asakura, and Asakura being the biggest star in all of Japan. But Charlalayan was
Oh, there's tons of issues.
What happens if it flags? What does that mean?
What do you mean?
How does it actively affect us if it flags? Like, could it flag here? Like, is it more like it affect road or stuff like that?
Yeah, it affect the road, but like it's never happened.
Okay.
But it could.
Yeah, but I
Never
don't.
said it wouldn't.
Yeah, I just don't know what the like. That's why I was asking. Because I'm like, I don't know what that means. How that
I mean, it's fine. It's a clip.
Shaidolaev is minus 10,000. If you bet $10,000 on him, you'd win $100. If you bet $1 on Kubo, you'd win $131. And he's 0-5 in his last 5 as an underdog. He's the only guy to take. This is a rematch. He's the only guy. Last 2 New Years ago, he took him. He's the only guy in RIZIN to take him to the second round. He's never gone outside of the first round as champion. So now he's like a revenge fight. And this guy is just he is a kickboxer. He's not an MMA fighter. Look at his record. Like he's 5'2" and won no contest. But he's got like
38 years old, 4.5 mixed martial arts career, still chasing the biggest prize in Japanese combat sport. He won the inaugural Flyweight strap in 2013, the glory under 65 kilo slam champion, won the inaugural K1 World GP Welterweight Championship tournament in 2017. Beautiful jab, great round kicks, and a chance again to take on RIZIN Landmark. The only man to ever pull Hawaiian into a second round. Kubo knows what the champion is all about. Knows the tenacity, the danger that Hawaiian brings. As he worked out a way to solve that riddle, to hit that lock. Nobody has even come close.
he probably came the closest, and he got fucking murdered. He's gonna get murdered even worse here. This is a bloodletting ritual sacrifice.
There's nothing I can tell you about Roosevelt and Hawaiian that you don't know already. The man's never been cut.
He's never been cut in a fight.
Never been scratched. Has hardly ever raised a drop of sweat. No one's touched him. No one's threatened him. 18-0. 17 finishes the first round. One finish in the second round against the man he's rematching tonight. 25 years old. The hottest featherweight on the planet.
He's only 25. That's fucking unreal.
Can you believe he's 25 years of age? I think something most people probably don't recognise based on his latest form is out of his 6 wins in RIZIN, 4 have come by KO and 2 by submission. And prior to that, he actually only had 2 knockouts and 11 submissions out of his victories. So most of his work's been done on the feet with his hands or on the ground with his hands in RIZIN, whereas before he was submitting everywhere.
People like this guy, Razabali Shaidolaev, is why the Soviet Union is undefeated. You know what I mean? Like,
Kubo's been away working on his wrestling. We could see an upset. I don't really know
He's not. He's going to get destroyed, and it's going to be a ritual sacrifice.
25-year-old champion is 13 years the younger, 2 inches the shorter. He's up a pound in weight to the challenger Kubo. Both equal reach at 69 inches. And the record of Charlotte, well, you're not imagining it. 18-0.
Anthems?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Japanese national anthem.
There's RIZIN on my birthday. RIZIN 53. May 10th.
The champion belt handed over to Sakakibara-san. The gold on the line, the Featherweight Championship. Kubo staring down across the cage.
I think I've looked up the lyrics to the Kyrgyzstan national anthem before. It literally is just describing the land. Whenever a country created their national anthem in 1992, you know that it's like, oh, it's just the fucking Soviet anthem. God damn it.
Oh, look outside.
toe for the second time. Hawaiian and Kubo. 18 wins, 18 finishes, no third rounds. But Kubo is the only man in RIZIN who has seen round 2 against the champion. Tonight, Kubo wants to use everything he's learned and become the RIZIN champion.
Okay, hopefully he finishes them quickly.
The main event of RIZIN Landmark 13 from Fukuoka, Japan. Round kick early off the back leg out of the southpaw stance for Yuka Kubo. Former K1 Super Welterweight champion. Thought about fronting off the back leg. Split there from Hawaiian. It's only a matter of time, you feel, before RIZIN lands clean on Kubo. Patient fight goes so far.
It is in a cage too. The last time they fought was in a ring, and the ring definitely favors Shaivalayev because there's less room to move. Like there's less, like he can evade. There's, you know, there's 8 dimensions to evade from. When you're in the ring, you can't do that. Like there's like you can go left or right or forward. You know, in the octagon, you can just keep circling.
Power kick from Shaivalayev, then one from Kubo. Kubo waited into the right hand, then circled back out of danger. He's circling into the right side of Shaivalayev, dangerously so. Into the hands of Bantamweight said to defend against a possible shot from Shaivalayev. Fake there from Kubo. Shaivalayev roofing the right hand. In Kubo's corner, they're saying for you fighting at a good range. Keep your feet moving no matter what. Do not stop. Be mobile. Do not be a stagnant target. And Kubo is adherent to his corner, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, at 38 years of age, I'd be terrified to fight a 25-year-old Canadian though.
Yeah.
Even if I'd done it already.
Ooh.
See the damage last time on the face of Kubo from Featherweight, and here he's taking out that to get him off the low. Good breath base there from Kubo, but still not.
He's fucked.
Little lighter squeezes that needs to get him sucked the wick out. Nice work. Kubo's movement was good.
It's way easier to get up from the ground though in a cage. Like you can't defend like this in a ring. Nice.
And this is where Razabali Shaivalayev lives. This is his world.
All right, unload. He's trying to get him in a crucifix. He's trying to lock his one arm so he can't defend.
10 remaining.
Yeah. Oh my god. See, he's trying to lock that arm so he can't defend. Like he's holding that one arm.
For Shaivalayev. Kubo trying to block those knees from coming in.
Dagestani handcuff.
Is the strength of
He's trying to finish the fight before.
See the pressure from Shaivalayev. He never lets his knees touch the mat.
Yeah, it's over. Oh. See, look. See how he's got his arm? He's got his arm wrapped. Like you can't. He's fucked now.
His, you mean the left arm?
He's got his arm wrapped around like a. He's let it go.
Oh, because he's like holding him.
He's holding his other arm so he can't.
Oh my gosh. Oh, brutal. Oh my gosh.
Nice. I bet a large amount of money that fight would not go round 2. Because the odds are pretty good.
Yeah.
Not amazing, but like because like the reason they're fighting is because it's the last time he fought, because it's the only guy that got him to round 2. So he's obviously going to be motivated to not get to round 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the odds were like almost minus 200.
Yeah.
Like almost like bet 100 you get 50, you know? And it's like, I was worried, but you know. But he's got that technique down. Nobody can outdo that. Like, he grabs the other arm. The Kurgs, they all, like, what's her name? Shevchenko does the same thing. Like, you grab their other arm so that they can't maneuver themselves to defend.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? So you hold this arm, right? And so they can defend like this, but then all they can do is defend.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he let the arm go. So prior to that, he kept that position with the legs, the top position, kept the hammerlock, that arm trap so he could do the damage.
Yeah, hammerlock or Dagestani handcuff. It's actually a hammerlock. Because you can actually just submit someone by holding them like that.
Dang it, who can take him on this roster? Who could possibly beat Hawaiian?
Look, I don't know if he can take him, but I've got to say, right now, the only bright-looking prospect that could probably challenge him is Akamoto. Akamoto hasn't lost at Featherweight. He's only lost his stuff at Bantamweight, and he went out there and put an absolute clinic on last time out against a former world champion. So you've got to think that he's got to be next. Even though he's young, we get a 25-year-old up against a fresh...
He was trying to tap. He was trying to tap the strikes, but he couldn't because he was blocking. He was blocking punches.
Oh my god.
The thing is like in the cage, to like if you're sitting up, you have an advantage because it's easier to get up because you can wall walk against the cage. You know what I mean? But if once you're in that position, you're done. Like, because in the ring, you could evade. Like, you can just keep evading, and then the referee has to eventually try to stand you up, or you can just do that for the rest of the. You know what I mean? You can just keep evading. But, like, there's a corner that you get into, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, the corner
you don't
of...
know where to go.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, when you're in the ring, you can just keep evading. You know what I mean? Like, you keep rolling out because there's nothing right here that's gonna... You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you rarely get into... I mean, this position, yeah, but the position right before that, where he was like up against the cage. That's why I knew there's no way he's getting out of that first round. Because like he beat Kolesnik in 33 seconds by just like putting him into the corner and doing that thing where he wraps, you just grab their other arm and then start unloading because there's nothing they can do besides defend, and they can only defend so much before you hit them at least one or two good times and they're done. You know?
Expectation, you wonder. Akamoto and Hawaiian. We're about to hear from the champion.
He needs to fight two people in one night. That's what he needs to do. Because there's nothing else. Like, that's what he needs to do. He needs to fight two people in one night. There's not, like... He should defend his title and then move up in the same night. That would be unreal. But there's no... Is there moving up? Yeah, lightweight.
Hawaiian never short of a word. And as I said earlier, tremendous popularity. He is experiencing all over Japan.
And who just won? Somebody just won the belt.
I believe he got a louder audience tonight than Mitsukubo did. Rajabali said, boss, there's no opponent for me, so please bring me the best you can bring from the UFC or the PFL. There you go. Rajabali Shuttle says he wants Ryzen to look outside the organisation, to turn to the UFC, turn to PFL, and bring him the best they possibly can.
That's amazing. He's like, I'm not leaving. You're coming here. That's incredible. That's incredible. Because that's incredible. Because at this point, he could easily just leave, right?
Yeah.
But he's like, no, I'm not. I'm the champion.
Contender, I believe he has what it takes. He just defeated Patrick Nix and didn't just defeat him, but went out there and put passing on him, an absolute display of technical superiority. But I did see earlier tonight the CEO of PFL mentioning that he was happy to do crossover fights and he was happy to do co-promotions. And so potentially there's an option out there to bring in a PFL featherweight champion and watch RIZIN make a statement again.
To be honest, Damien, I don't see the featherweight roster of PFL beating Shuttle Lion.
But I didn't say they'd win. I just said maybe there's an opportunity to bring in some fresh meat.
They'll need to find someone somewhere who can unravel this man because
Yeah, he needs to either fight. Yeah.
he's done so without so much as a scratch, a cut, or a bruise. Damien, it concludes a wonderful night in Fukuoka in southern Japan. 10,800 plus sold out in the Marine Messe. 1,004 next door. And the night belongs to Team World.
For him though, that might it's like if it's two guys that are easily beatable, then it's like who cares? Because he actually wants a challenge, not to just make it look easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because like, because it's a skill, right? Like, I imagine it's a thing that it's like there's an aspect of like fun and enjoyment to it. So like going against someone who's an actual challenge is something that you want.
As always, Damien, a big thank you also to our crew here at RIZIN. We will see you next time at RIZIN 53.
I don't think they're there this time because of the Aussie fucking energy like rations.
It's less than a week away. Until then, I'm Michael Chavello on behalf of Damien Brown, Lee Hart, and our amazing RIZIN crew. Thanks for joining us. History or fate tonight. It's been RIZIN Landmark 13.
All right, I'll be back in a bit to properly wrap it up, but I feel like I want to stop right now.